Are we live?
We should be.
I think we're live.
Wait,
I think we're, yeah, we are live streaming. Hi, I'm Greg Hunter. Coming to you, doing something. My tech guy is on the phone, so his Nick, and so don't. If I have to talk to Nick, I'm just going to talk to him. But I got to tell you, it ain't looking good for the blue wave. The blue wave turned into a big blue fizzle. They get a couple of House seats? Yeah, but I'd be shocked and surprised if they didn't win a few House seats, the Democrats. There's a guy named Peter Hall I was listening to today. He's a Goldman Sachs attorney who's also a political analyst, and he says we never did really have a blue wave. Where you been hearing that? That they have to basically have this get out the vote, extreme get out the vote, and this blue wave was predicated on the special elections, like in Pennsylvania for the House and for the Senate, in Alabama, and they absolutely had to drag people in from out of state. Even Peter Hall, the guy that sometimes works for Politico, says that it was a fraud, that these special elections were basically a fraud. And now, if you take a look at Florida, let me get in here with you with Florida. I'm kind of all thumbs here. Look, not all thumbs, but hold on just a minute. Let me get this map out here with Florida, and I'm gonna get up here. Hold on, let's go here. Let's go Florida. Let's see what we got here. Hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the map right here. And here is the map that I wanted to show you. Florida. This is for the Senate race. Wait, no, this is for the governorship. And right now, the governorship, the Senate race, and this is what the Senate race looks like. Okay, so here's the. I got Florida in the middle of the screen. I'm going to squeeze me into the corner here. This is Nick, my consultant, actually got me in here. Look at the Florida. Look at here. So here's where the Senate race was lost. And out here in the Panhandle, where they had this big hurricane, I thought, oh no, Gillum and Nelson are going to win, the Democrats for the Senate and the Gillum for the governorship. But here, there's one county that hasn't reported in yet, and the Panhandle is typically votes this way, all red. It looks like, and I'm not calling it, but it looks like there's no way Gillum can win the governorship and Nelson can win back his seat in the Senate. That's what it looks like to me. That's a huge, big, black eye, 1-2, black eye punch, because the Democrats spent a lot of money on Florida. So much for you can't win Florida, you don't have a blue wave. Sorry, you don't have a blue wave. And so if you go back here, let me get out of here, and we'll go to the seat here. This is that's NBC stuff. Let's go here to, this is from Town Hall. And I just want to go full screen here to make it a little bit easier for you to see it here. So let's go full screen. Full screen, Town Hall. And if you look at what's going on with the Town Hall thing, here's the Senate. And, I projected 7 seats in the Senate. Now, Manchin is not going to, he's not going to give up his seat in West Virginia. And I got to tell you, I got to tell you that if I was Joe Manchin, I'd be seriously thinking about turning Republican. And why do I say that? I'll tell you why I say that. I say that because he's kind of a redheaded stepchild now. Number one, he's from a coal state, and you know how the Democrats love green energy, and he's from a coal state. Did I tell you Joe Manchin's from a coal state? And then he was forced at the last minute to vote for Brett Kavanaugh for the Supreme Court. Ooh, redheaded stepchild. Oh my gosh, the only Democrat to vote for. And then in the election, he had to say he would support Donald Trump. Joe Manchin, if you're listening to this, just do yourself a favor. If I were you, come next week sometime, I'd just go, I think I'm going to turn Republican. That's what I would do. They're going to cut your money off. You got 6 years. But I would strongly consider flipping to the Republicans. That's what I would do. A couple other seats that happened. Let me just go over here and let's get out here. I want to go over here and I want to bring up NBC News has a great map. And so if you look here, this is the NBC map election results right here. And so Florida, they're not calling for that. West Virginia, they're calling for that. They pick up 2 House seats, big deal. But I want to just go to here in the Senate. And it looks like the Senate's going to be, pretty lopsided. And there's no blue. If you look at the House, and this is Town Hall, and if you look, oh, I'm sorry, hold on, let me get over here. I need to get over here. Graphics, there we go. And if you look at the House here, do you see a blue wave here? Anybody seeing a blue wave? I don't see one. Did they pick up a couple of House seats? Because NBC is like, oh, they want a couple of House seats. You need 20 more. And it's just the way it looks. And let me get up here. I wanted to start off the broadcast. And I wanted to show you something and the reason why I came up with this. This is a map of Donald Trump. These are the states Trump won for his 306 Electoral College win, right? Arizona, they came out here, Arizona, and they were saying that McSally and Seneca, the communist, they said that they were even on election day. I think these polls are wrong. I think they're false. I think they're completely and totally false, and I believe, Peter Hall, the Goldman Sachs attorney, political analyst, said there was never really a blue wave. Now, is it going to be blue out west? I'm sure it is. But I think Arizona is going to flip also to McSally. I don't think Seneca is going to win, especially after the Project Veritas stuff that came up. But let me go in here, and I wanted to show you. These are the states that were a Republican. Donald Trump won, but a Democrat held the Senate. Okay, McCaskill in Missouri, Heitkamp up here, Tester over here. If you look at all these states here, this is the Senate. And I believe, it hasn't been called yet, but I believe Florida, I think Scott's going to win in Florida. He speaks fluent Spanish, incidentally, Scott. And the Democrats, they bet the farm on Florida. For the governorship, Gillum, who's got bribery charges and other stuff hanging over his head, so he was going to be busy anyway. The candidate for governor, Gillum. And then DeSantis, I believe he's won. As I've showed you, the only county left to count is a totally red county in the Panhandle up here in Florida. I think McCaskill's going to have her work cut out here. I think Donnelly lost in Indiana. Pittsburgh, these two states, West Virginia and Pennsylvania, are probably going to win. Ohio, I think they're going to lose there. Michigan, I don't think they're going to win there. Wisconsin, so I don't know, 6 or 7 Senate seats, I think. And Arizona, where McStain used to be, McSally's going to win Arizona down here. But I just think that the map for the Senate, way lopsided. They were talking 1 or 2. I'm thinking 6 or 7. I said 7. I might not get to 7. But it's going to be a lot. And it's going to take away, and this is going to take away that whole idea where, one Republican senator like Susan Collins, if all these states, if 6 or 7 of these states that are held by Democrats fall, and this is already done. I don't think North Dakota's going to hang on. Tester's got his work cut out for him. I think McCaskill's going to lose in Missouri. But if they get, this is going to keep people like Susan Collins from holding up and holding the Senate ransom. I don't know. Well, maybe if you can give me enough stuff, I'll vote for Kavanaugh. But again, we had the West Virginia senator vote for Kavanaugh. And so if we look over here, I'm going to come over here. Hold on. Let me go back to the full map. There we go. So full map. And let's go back over here. I'm using a bunch of assets here. This is Florida. Again, that county has not been called yet in Florida. This is for the Senate results. Not been called yet. But if you look right here, Rick Scott's 50%, 50.4. Nelson's 49.6. It's slowly coming in, but that's the last county that has to come in. This is, 3.85, 3.858, 3,858,000 votes, 3,798,000 votes. Got a pretty handy lead, Rick Scott. And if we go back over here, let's go back up to here to the NBC. Of course, they can. Breaking news. Indiana. They called the. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, stop it. That's their big headline. They called this Senate seat right here. This is one of the ones I was talking about. They called this for the Republicans. They haven't called this yet for the Republicans. This is still open. So that's what you have. You just have a pretty heavy. Here's why NBC promotes this. They're so wanting. Look at this. I mean, look at the way they cover this. Like they're not biased, okay? They're covering it like, look, Look, look. Oh, let me get out of the way here. Yeah, yeah. Look, they just have a 2 margin lead in the Senate and 22 in the House. We flipped it. If we could just do this, we can screw the country up for the next 2 years and drag everything into the mud. The House is the most. They're not going to win the Senate. They're clearly going to lose seats in the Senate, and I don't think they're going to win the House. They got a couple of seats, but that's about it. I mean, that is just about it. And if you look at some of these other maps that I have, Politico's not doing that well. Here we go. And here we have the Senate. Let's update that. And this is the way it's looking here in the House. And if we just kind of look along in the middle of the screen here, this is not looking like a blue wave. It looks like a pretty even House. I think the Democrats are going to gain some seats. I think they might get within single digits of being in the majority. But I don't think they're going to make it. I tell you something else that's happened too that a lot of people don't know about, and I don't know for sure about it either. But the voter fraud. I mean, there's still tons of voter fraud. I mean, Project Veritas has somebody on camera going, "We got lots of illegal voters here." But I think that when you take a look at for example, the Georgia governor's race, that the Democrat candidate got creamed. And what did you hear? They were trying to hack into the electronic voting system. So they didn't need 5, 10,000, 15,000 votes. Keep a poll open and flood it with people, from out of state and stuff. Oh no, they needed some huge fraud. They needed electronic voter fraud. And remember that Donald Trump had his election commission that he had. He had his election commission, and, he couldn't get anybody to play along with him, and that wasn't the end of it when he said, "I'm turning it over to the Department of Homeland Security." Well, that meant we don't have to ask you nice. We have to ask you at all. It's Homeland Security, a national security issue. And he had a full court press going on to thump the voter fraud. And the Democrats have to live and die on voter fraud. I mean, this whole idea that you have this idea where you have to hold on a minute. I got something else to show you too. Is this it? No. Is this it? Yeah. Hold on. But they have to live and die on the whole voter fraud idea. They can't exist without voter fraud. So they just have to do it. Hold on a minute. I'm trying to find something here. First ball. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, heard it. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Votes. Hold on. Come on, get over here. All right, come on. Where are we? Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay, we got a couple of screens open here. Okay, we got this. We got this. We got this. Hold on, let's come down here. Map. Nation votes. There we go. Yeah. All right. So here we have the. Let's go back into this now. Here, let's go over here. And again, here we have. This is Town Hall, and here we have this going on right here. And that's. We don't have a big wave. I mean, it looks pretty even. It's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to a single, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Maybe it could be low double digits. But I think the Republicans are going to hang on to the House. They're definitely going to have the Senate. No, without question, they're going to have the Senate. Another thing I wanted to show you is coming over here. There we go. Here we go. Let's go right here. All right. So we have this here, this map here. Here's the Senate. And let me go here. We're going to add this to favorites. Yeah, baby. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here we have, they're calling this for Tim Scott with 95%, and Tim Kaine, he was a Democratic vice presidential candidate with Hillary Clinton. They're not calling it for Rick Scott, but he's leading, and again, he's got a small lead, but again, the counties that have to be counted, this 91%, for the Senate is these are Panhandle counties. Joe Manchin is got 6 points, which I'm surprised he's only up by 6 points. Looks like he's going to hang on to that. Indiana, I think some people have already called it for Mike Braun. That's a big flip. That's a big flip. It looks like Kramer's going to take away, Heidi Heitkamp's seat. It looks like John James is going to take away this. He's only got 10% of the precincts in. No, it's early on. But again, whenever you see the red and early on, when they have a lead early on, that's bad juju for the Democrats. It's common for that to happen. For example, here's Claire McCaskill. You see 25. She's got a 25-point margin and only 0.12%. Well, that's all the cities. So wait till the real estate comes in, and that's only 1.2%. In Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn, that's only 23%, but she has a huge lead with 23%. Now, you may say, well, why isn't Claire McCaskill's a 25-point margin? Well, it was only 0.12%. Looks like John Barrasso is going to win. He's blowing them out. New Mexico, Mick Rich is in the lead, but that's only 3%. Now, the polls are closed now out in the Rocky Mountain time zone. That's right in here. Actually, part of North Dakota, part of Nebraska, of course, all of Colorado, Kansas is in the Midwest, Oklahoma, Texas. Beto O'Rourke leads by 2.75%, but there's only 3.6% percentage precincts reporting. So he's got all the cities. So if we open this up, you see this? Look, all the red. So the cities are done. See all these other counties here? All this Texas county. Listen, Texas is 1,000 miles from here to here, El Paso. Okay? It's from here. I think this is Orange County over here. Newton, no, over here. Yeah, Orange County. Orange County to El Paso. I used to live in Beaumont, Texas. Okay? Which is right here. Chambers. That's Chambers County. Yeah, that's right. Beaumont, Texas, right there. Janis Joplin's from, where's she from down there? Port Arthur. That's where Janis Joplin's from. Busted Flat in Baton Rouge. But anyway, it takes 1,000 miles to drive from here to here. People don't realize how big Texas is. And there's a lot of real estate. And I think Beto's got his counties that he's going to have. The cities, that kind of thing. I think this is Harris County. This is Houston. This is Williamson County. Beto leads by 3. We're not winning by a lot in these counties, in the blue counties. Woo! As opposed to Ted Cruz, who's leading by 40% in this county, and 59% in this county, and 57% in this county, and 57% in this county. And, O'Rourke is only leading by in the blue counties, he's not leading by much. So if I was Ted Cruz, I'd feel pretty confident. Pretty confident right now. Let's go ahead and back out of this and go to let's go to the House seats. Now here's the House. Here's this blue wave we're supposed to have. Does that look like a blue wave to you guys? I mean, look at the blue wave. Let me set it up here for you. Does that look like a blue wave to you guys? I mean, look at Florida, and I still think Florida is going to go. Let's just see what these guys have got in Florida. Here's a governorship. Let's see who they call it for a governorship for Florida. Governors. Okay, so no, that's House. Let's go back up to governors. Governors, here we go. Okay, they're looking like it's Ron DeSantis is leading by a percentage point. Again, I told you the only county that has not fully been turned in is in the Panhandle. And governor, and here we go. Greg Abbott, who's killing his opponent, who was a former police chief. So here we have this. Illinois, of course, that's a big old fat blue state there. Oh my gosh, Illinois. Let's talk about Illinois. Let's just talk about Illinois for a minute. Illinois. My dad hated Illinois. What? My dad hated Illinois. And I got to tell you, I don't much care for the government like the people. There's nice people in Illinois. But the government is this blue state government. I drive from Missouri, through Indiana and, to North Carolina sometimes and back. And I got to tell you, you leave Missouri, which is a Republican state. You leave Missouri, you go into Illinois, and none of the highways all the way around 64, all the way up 57 up this way. 64 goes straight across, straight into Indiana. I mean, there's wrist-sized trees where they used to mow. They're not mowing the highways. Rest stops are closed. You drive into Indiana, and poof, golf course country. Everything's neatly mowed. All the rest stops are open. Everything's cool. It's lovely. Illinois, the jungle. They're having enough money to mow their highways. And yet they keep voting. They keep voting Democrat. You know, it's like It's like the definition of insanity. And so this is one of the most. This is a nice map. This is a good map. It's by MSN, and this is the House. And I don't see the blue wave. I don't see the blue wave. I don't see it. It's not anywhere around. I don't see the blue wave. I see a lot of red. I see a lot of pink that's going to turn red. I don't see the blue wave. And if you take a look at the Senate, now evidently they've already called some of these races up here in Pennsylvania and Virginia. One Tim Kaine, not a big surprise. But let's go back over to the map where here, Pennsylvania and these two states went back to the incumbent. But boy, Indiana, Missouri, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Montana. I don't know if they'll do well, but I don't know, Wisconsin. I mean, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, maybe 7. Wishful thinking. And if you go back here, you look at the Senate, you look at the House. This is what's been tallied in the House. We'll refresh right here. Do you see a blue wave? I see a big blue fizzle. You know, NBC's, they gained 2 seats. Oh, 2 seats. You know, here's this Bob Iger. This is heartbreaking. Van Jones on CNN. Yeah, there you go. Van Jones, a big Democrat. This is heartbreaking. Yes, there's no blue wave. I'm telling you this. Let's just go back to Florida. You want to see a big couple of black eyes? You want to see raccoon eyes? You go right here to Florida, and they lose as much as they lose. Holy smokes. And then, you go here to the AP that has this election thing. Whoa, man, boy, howdy. They already called that. That was a big flip. I think that's going to be a big flip. That's Marsha Blackburn. That they held that for the Republicans. It looks like Heidi Heitkamp is going to be flipping burgers or something. Here we have Deb Fischer. She leads by 9. With 15% of the precincts reporting. Remember, the Democrat has a hard time. If they don't jump on the lead early and get a huge lead, there you have it. Beto is still up by only 2. At one point, he was up in the night. He was up by 9 or 10 points. Now he's up by 2.41. Only 2.41. There, let's open up. See this right here? This is what I'm talking about. Here's Beto. He leads some of these counties big. Okay, blowout for a few of these counties, right? A few. Here's Houston. He's only got, Harris County only with he only leads by this much. But look at the blowout. Ted Cruz has got the real estate, and look at all the real estate that has to come in. Just I just don't again this is not a surprise, the Senate, but the House is looking awful red here, folks. I mean, they only need 21 seats, so it's not a lot of real estate. And then we have the Rocky Mountain time zone and the Pacific time zone out here. All right, to still report. But here we have, they're pretty much even up in terms of the House, what they've already called in the House. So we'll see if they can flip it. I don't know. We will see. I suspect they won't, and they'll get close, but it's going to be no cigar. So that's where we are. And again, I'll tell you something else you're going to find out. With this Texas, for example. Texas had some tremendous voter fraud with the sending out stuff to illegal aliens, and people have been arrested, and more people have been arrested. And after this election, you're going to hear more arrests and charges for felony voter fraud's a felony. Election fraud's a felony. These are felonies, folks. And I know it's gotten a big ho-hum pass through, Bush 43. Not a lot was done there. Obama, not a lot was done there. Just not a lot's ever been done until now. Donald Trump tried that voter commission. You can't underscore that. You can't undersell that, I should say. You can't. when he said, I'm turning it over to Homeland Security, rut-row, 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 rut-row. I mean, that's big trouble. That's big trouble. Now, let's go back here to my map here, see if we can refresh this bad boy. And let's see if we can get a little fresher stuff here. So we got the map up, and let me center it up for you. They don't know about this. Well, this is Florida. Rick Scott. It leads by 0.85. Again, 92.95 percentage points. It's just one county in Florida that has not yet turned over. If you look here at Texas, again, let's go back to Texas. We have a lot of red counties for Cruz. Beto's going to win, you know what, 1, 2, he's not ready. He's already won the counties he's going to win, I think. Maybe a few more, but he got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 counties. And, Cruz is going to win a lot here. And right now you're looking at, he's got what, 100, he's got 80 or 90,000, 80 or 90,000 vote lead. It's not much. Oh, we're down to 2.2% as the night goes on. As the counties report in, the early counties are usually the cities. The later counties are going to be the real estate, the outliers that are going to wrap up. And so you can see big wins for some of these rural counties. Ted Cruz is going to win at 76%. Beto got 23%. We'll see. That's why they have elections. That is why they have elections, folks. And if you go in here to Missouri, let's take a look, see what Missouri's going on. Whoop, that's Iowa. We don't want Iowa. We wanted Missouri. They don't have anything going on. Let's go back. Here we go. Oh, they got House seats going on. I'm sorry. I don't know why they're giving us Iowa. Let's try it one more time. There we go. Nope. Well, they're not going to give us that. That's the Senate. Okay, here's the Senate. Josh Hawley. So Hawley against Claire McCaskill. And it ain't looking good for Claire. Now, there's only 1% of the vote in. So it's early on. I think the polls there closed at 8:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Central time. There's not a lot in there. He's got 68. That's what got to be early voting, or just that's nothing. That's just one county. And so here we have, this is St. Louis over here, St. Charles over here. This is over here, it's Kansas City, I believe. This is the Boot Hill, but it's going to be a long night for that one. We'll see. She put on a impressive Claire McCaskill, an impressive campaign, even though she was caught lying big time. That she got caught with, talking about she wants to ban assault rifles, and her staff saying, oh, she's really liberal. Oh, she's going to be really liberal. Missouri's not a liberal state. And listen, you can't get 39% of Democrats to bite down on getting rid of the Second Amendment. You can't. Nelson was saying he wanted to get rid of the Second Amendment in Florida. I can't believe he bit down on that, which is crazy. But I'm quick for him. But he was desperate, though. But then she came out and said, I support Donald Trump. I support the border. I support the border. She supports Donald Trump on the border. Please stop. She's some moderate No. Manchin is probably more moderate than Claire McCaskill. And, of course, he put his money where his mouth was, and he voted for Kavanaugh. I still think he should switch, but probably won't. But I would switch. I would switch. And Fox News had something important on. They had a poll, and one of their polls, and as soon as I saw it, I said, BS on that. I call BS on a BS. And they had a poll with it, less than half the Americans supported the wall. Oh, please stop. Oh, please stop. There's poll after poll that says we should enforce our immigration laws. And it's like 3/4, 3 to 4 win. They don't want illegal immigration. They want to enforce the immigration laws. They want to deport criminal aliens. And you're telling me that less than half of Americans support a wall that would keep out all this evil? Please stop. Sometimes Fox, I got to tell you, sometimes Fox, I really question Fox. I question Fox because Daddy was, with the Council on Foreign Relations and the two sons that took over Fox. They're on the Council on Foreign Relations. This the evil that is plotting for the New World Order, the Council on Foreign Relations. I mean, some of the top editors at USA Today, Council on Foreign Relations. I mean, these people are willing to cream their own businesses to spew propaganda 24/7 to try to destroy Donald Trump and any deplorable. That's we the people. The deplorables is we the people. Therefore, we the New World Order and we the globalists and we the people that want to trash Americans. And, some people are just stupid. I'm telling you, being a Democrat's like being in a cult. It's like being, because if you ask them to argue effectively, is tell me what kind of a world do you want to live in? They get mad and start yelling at you. I have a friend of mine, his name is Frank. He's from He's from New York, and he calls it, what does he call, the People's Republic of New York, like the People's Republic of China. And he says, I lie all the time. I don't tell people, what I'm doing. And I said, I can't believe New York is 1 in 5 are Jewish. And I like Jewish people. And I have Jewish friends, and so I don't even think there's something nasty going to come out of my mouth. But he's Jewish, and he said, well, I believe in the divinity of Christ. His name is Frank, but I'm going to give you his last name. I said, oh my gosh, you're a Messianic Jew. He said, yes, I believe in Christ. I believe in the Virgin Mary. I believe in Christ. Oh, okay. And he says, I don't understand it either. I don't understand why Jewish people would vote for a party that embraces Louis Farrakhan. I mean, the Black Caucus embraces Louis Farrakhan. And he was out talking about how, that he's not anti-Semite, he's anti-termite. Calling Jews termites. What? Excuse me? He's over in Iran, Louis Farrakhan, chanting death to America. I kid you not. And these are the people that the Democrats embrace? I mean, can you imagine a Republican coming out and saying, I embrace David Duke. I'm going to get my picture taken down. Can you imagine Donald Trump getting his picture taken in secret? Underneath the Capitol building with other Republicans, with David Duke. That's what happened with Barack Obama. He got his picture taken with, anti-Semite, anti-termite, Louis Farrakhan, with other Democrats. Unbelievable. How can Jewish people vote for that? I don't know. And Frank was telling me, he said, listen, I don't tell them anything. I'm afraid. I said, oh, really? I said, I think there's black people that are going to, in the polls, that are going to say, oh, no, I'd never vote for Make America Great Again and Donald Trump with the lowest black unemployment rate ever. Oh, no, I'd never do that. And then they go into the voting booth and they go Republican, 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 Republican. I think more than you think. You're going to find out there's going to be even a higher percentage of black, not all of them, but a higher percentage of black people. You don't want a black person thinking for themselves and getting off the thought plantation of the Democrats, because they will beat you down verbally and physically. That's what they tell you. And Frank says, he opened by asking something else. He says, I don't tell people. If somebody asks me no, I'd never vote for Don. No, I'm going to vote for a Democrat. I said, you know what, Frank? I think that's another reason why the polls are way off. Because I think people are afraid to be honest, because they're afraid they'll be heckled or attacked, or their car keyed, or a brick thrown through their window, or whatever. I mean, I have a friend of mine says, I'd love to put a Donald Trump bumper sticker on my car, but I don't want my car keyed. I don't want my door kicked in, my window busted out. I mean, that's how wackadoodle the left is, because they don't have an argument. They can't win an argument on what are the principles that you're going to go for. I was listening to a preacher on the air talking about the Democrats. And he was talking about how it is a party that basically is for is a platform against God. They're for abortion, gay marriage, they're for not working. I mean, the Bible says you don't work, you don't eat. Christ said that. So I don't understand what the Democrat Party is. It used to be the blue collar party. It used to be for working people and blue collar people, and they're not now. They're for the foreigner. They can't be for the worker here, because they want the foreigners to take the jobs. They want the criminal aliens to be protected. They would have sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary voting area for illegal voting. I think the voter fraud, is going to get ramped up to unbelievable levels, the voter fraud. They're going to go after the fraud. They're going to go hard, hot, and heavy into voter fraud. They sure are. I think they are. And let's just go back over to some of these other races. Let's just see how the map has changed, any at all. But again, the Missouri map, let's just go back to this here. This is early on. Again, this is why I didn't come on until 9 o'clock, because I didn't know who was going to be on. But here's the map for the voting. Here's the election. Here's the bigger map. Again, this is well done. Actually, it's MSN. But you got to watch them. But here we have Michigan is John James. That's another state that was a state that Donald Trump won, that was held by an incumbent. This is one of them too. I'm surprised this is this close, Manchin. I'm not surprised about Virginia. I'm not surprised about Pennsylvania. Of course, I'm not surprised about the People's Republic of New York, or everybody leaving Massachusetts. By the home state of Hiawatha, Elizabeth Warren, who they're voting her back in. Unbelievable. She gamed the system, Elizabeth Warren. She gamed the system. She decided to take a test to see if she's Native American, and won 1,024, less than 1,000%. An unbelievable Native American, because she wanted a job at Harvard and said she was a person of color. And she's being rewarded in Massachusetts. It's a pretty damn big lead. Democrats have to get big leads early, and then they have to hold them, because the outlying county. Of course, this may be not the same in Massachusetts, but the outlying counties are more Republican. I know some people in Massachusetts, and there's some staunch Republicans. But again, these guys, the Democrats, get a hold of these things. They allow all this voter fraud, and everybody looks the other way, and then says there's no evidence of voter fraud. There's no evidence of voter fraud. No evidence at all. So, that's how that looks. I mean, that's what that is. It is what it is. Then if you look at here, this other map, here's Maine. That's August King. He's I think an independent. He looks like he's going to win up here. Of course, there's only 8% of the precincts in Maine. That's kind of weird. So they should have a lot more in at this time of day, because it's in the East Coast. Florida, we have 94% in. Rick Scott leading by a point. It looks like to me Florida is going to go for. Looks like that Nelson loses to Scott in the Senate. That's what it looks like. And in the governorship, it looks like Gillum loses to DeSantis. DeSantis has an even bigger lead. If you look here, now all the counties are in. I don't see how Gillum can win at this point. I mean, that's it. That's the map of Florida. And then here's this county right here. I believe this county here, Walton County. I believe that was it, or was it this one? Washington County was the last one. And it's DeSantis leads by 56%, and it's 100% in. So it's over. I think it's over in the governorship. Let's go to the Senate. I think if we take a look at the Senate, same thing. The county's in. Let's see what Rick Scott, 56% by this in Washington County. I believe that was the county that was in question, the last one. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I think it's outside the margin of error. I don't think there's going to be a recount. He's got a 90,000 vote, 80,000 vote, lead. To me, it looks like it's pretty big. 80,000, 90,000, pretty big. And if you look at the House of Representatives, you're looking right here. This is a huge, listen, folks, this is a huge story. Florida, they spent some money in Florida, and they were expecting to win the Senate. That's a huge deal. And again, if you look at my map, that was a state that Donald Trump won with, and Nelson was the incumbent. Okay, so if you go back to here, and then you'll see the Senate. They're saying this. Let me update that. Let me see if we can just click it up here, see what's going on. And if you look at the Senate, they're going to pick up 4. I thought they'd pick up 7. I think they'll pick up maybe 5, but they're going to pick up seats. And if you look at the House of Representatives, do you see a blue wave here, folks? If you go here to let's see, let's back that out. And if you go here, let's see where else here, new tab. We got this already. Here we got this. And go over here. Listen. The floor. This was not what they wanted. So here we have. The governor. That's going to go. This is a big 1-2 punch, folks. It looks to me like Scott's going to win Florida, the governorship. Now, it hasn't been called. I don't think it's called yet. So that's the governor. Excuse me. I'm sorry. That's the Senate. Okay. Looks like he's going to win that. And here's the governorship. And it looks like DeSantis is going to win. That's a huge 1-2 punch. And this also looks like Kemp's going to win too, pretty handedly. But it's early. It's early on here. Oh, and now we've got Greg Abbott as the governor of Texas, so he won pretty handedly. And Asa Hutchinson's governor of Arkansas, Bill Lee, governor, Kay Ivey, Alabama, Henry County. Looks like they got their work cut out for them. And if you go to the Senate, we have nothing reporting yet in the Senate. You know, Tester's probably sitting on pins and needles up here. Donald Trump had a big rally up here in Montana and just went after Tester. Heidi Heitkamp, Minnesota. This is for governor. This is Kevin. Looks like he's leading by a pretty handy amount, but it's only 20%. But there's a lot of real estate in Texas. I mean, in North Dakota, a lot of real estate up there. Amy Klobuchar is pretty much going to win up here. They already called it for her. In Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, she's leading in 29%. Now again, early on, it looks like she's going to win. But Michigan, that's a surprise. Again, here's another state. So we have Michigan, Indiana, Florida, all 3 states, and North Dakota, another state, all held by who? Donald Trump. So there's Florida. Looks like the governor and the Senate's going to go that way. We don't know about Missouri yet. Michigan looks like. North Dakota looks like. Montana, well, that's Tester State. That hasn't reported yet. That's in the Rocky Mountain time zone. This is the Pacific time zone out here, and then this is in the Rocky Mountain part of North Dakota and South Dakota and whatever. But there you go. And if you look at the results here in Florida, again, all the counties are reported, whether it is the House or the governor. If you just go ahead and kick out of that, this is the election results. Here is the House of Representatives. Do you see a blue wave there, anybody? Do anybody see a blue wave? I mean, here is the, clean sweep here in North Dakota, which is evidently, that's just one house district. South Dakota, same thing, one house district. I think there's 2 in Nebraska. But again, went red, and most of this went red. Florida is mostly red, other than a couple of seats. I don't know what that is. That isn't done yet, uncontested. Votes not tabulated. That's something else I wanted to talk about. Oh, let me get in there. Let me tell you what a real shining cloud is going to be beside silver lining, beside the Republicans holding on to the House. I'm still making that call. I think the Republicans hold on to the House. I mean, a Democrat's going to win some seats. Some, yeah, maybe some. I think they needed massive voter fraud to do that, and they didn't get it. I think Homeland Security and the FBI and who knows who else all cracked down on the voter fraud. And I think that kiboshed the dreams of Nancy Pelosi. The dreams of Nancy Pelosi being the Speaker of the House again. Oh, Madam Pelosi. Just like Madam President. I wish Newsweek had your cover out there, Madam Speaker. Which not. But it's, they didn't, let's go back to Florida. I got to go back to Florida. Here's why Florida is also a very important deal. Let me bring this up for you. Do you know how much money they spent in Florida? Do you know how much money they spent in Florida to lose the governor and the Senate? Do you know how much they spent? You know how much money got siphoned away? And they were way behind the Republicans in all this. Anyway, they were way behind. Way behind. And so they spent a lot of money down here. And that took away money from everywhere else. They spent, I don't know, millions. They spent, I don't know, $100 million, $4 billion. I don't know how much they spent down there. They spent a lot. It looks like Rick Scott in the Florida governorship with 94% reporting. It looks like. And it looks like they're calling Heitkamp is doing terrible. Just terrible. And, wow, I'm surprised. Kansas governor, Kobach's, of course, we don't have anything right now for governor. Let's see, governor. Let's see. She's up, but she's up again. She's up. She's got 12 points, but there's only 25% reporting. And, that's Kansas City, Western Kansas City over here. That's the biggest. And then there's the university over here. Part of Kansas, well, I think all of Kansas is in the central time zone. But, there's a lot of real estate. See what I'm saying? So there's a lot of real estate that's going to go Republican. So, she's not up by that much. She is not up by that much. Kobach is of course, running for governor. He won a squeaker against another Republican in the primary. The House is still, here we have again the House. If you look at the House, it's a lot of red. If you go to the governor, I want to just look at this House number right here. It's 81 to 86 in the House. In the Senate, of course, out here you got a lot of stuff out here, and there's a lot of stuff out here that is red that the Republicans can win in the House. As a matter of fact, they gave up They gave up on a seat out here in California. They gave up on another seat down in Texas. The Democrats. And the Senate is looking again. Well, looks like Joe Manchin. I thought he would pull it off. He's got a 4-point lead, but listen, he's going to be the redhead stepchild in the Democrat Party. He is going to be the redhead stepchild out there. I would flip bigger than anything, but that's an important state. My gosh, Michigan. Again, let's look at that map. That the states that were up for grabs. These were states Trump won, and there was a Democrat incumbent in the Senate. Okay, these are the ones that he won. And so Florida, I think, is going to flip to the Republican. I think this has already been called. Claire McCaskill has her work cut out for her, and it's very close. Michigan looks like it's going to end up flipping. North Dakota, Heitkamp is doing terrible. We don't know Tester yet. We don't know yet. We just don't know. But I think that, come tomorrow, I think that it's not going to be that great for the Democrats. Not going to be great in the Senate. I mean, that was a pipe dream for them to think they could take over the Senate. There's no way. They're going to lose it. I said 7. I think it's going to end up being 4 or 5. That's what I think. And boy, what a huge story Florida was. I mean, a 1-2 punch, black eye and black eye. Boing, boing, DeSantis and Scott. Gillum and Nelson knocked out. And they spent a ton of money on them. I mean, just unbelievable. Really just unbelievable. But it's going to go on here for a while. Let's see what else I wanted to talk about. When I first started out, I don't know if some people are still here. Peter Hall was the Goldman Sachs guy, and he's an attorney. Was an attorney for Goldman Sachs, and now he's a political consultant. He has a model, and he said there never was a blue wave. And if you take a look at what's going on, and he said, it just was never a blue wave. It was always predicated on basically a lie. And look at this right here. If you look at what's going on, the results right here, and I can bring them down in the center for you. Oops, let me get over here for you. Let's get over here. Graphics, there we go. That's what we got there. We don't.
Time in 8 years, Fox News, NBC.
We just don't have.
Organization projecting that. Of course, this will be described as
we don't have anything
to President Trump's legislative agenda.
So I don't know who's on here, but
the people on the left, the people who hate this guy, who want to investigate and perhaps even.
Let's go right here.
It's going to be very interesting. We're going to get Hugh Hewitt's take on all of this.
Let's see here.
From the Nation Capital, my colleague and friend Mark Davis from Texas. Boy, what a neck and neck race that is right now. Ted Cruz.
Okay, so if you look here, let's get rid of that.
Okay,
And then we're
71%
here.
of the vote
What's
is in.
this? New tab. Okay, we'll leave that right there.
Senator
Here's the
Ted
map right now.
Cruz has a
This is, again, the House.
54% lead to
And
Beto
what do we see here? Oh, we had broken up a little bit. We got 9-point seat lead, a 9-seat lead in the House right now.
49%.
And they haven't called yet here. This is MSN, have not called it yet.
Davis is taking
Or
over.
Texas.
Visit him.
Oh, Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz leads now. What did I tell you about that?
We have about
So as this comes out later, as the night goes on, and you notice that O'Rourke, as I've been talking about here, hasn't won any more counties. He's got about the same amount of counties he had before. About the same. He had 13, 14 counties. And then here we have Ted Cruz, who's going to win all the other real estate. He's going to win big. And if you look right here, Ted Cruz has got about a, 40,000 point lead. And at one time here in Texas, O'Rourke was up by 8 or 9 points. Why is that? Because the early voting, the votes are tabulated from cities and more liberal Democratic areas where they strong arm people to vote. And they don't count the rural counties until later. So if the Republicans hangs close, I mean, here O'Rourke only led by 9 points here, or here is Harris County. O'Rourke only led by 14 points here. Here is El Paso. O'Rourke he killed it right there, El Paso. Because, the illegal voting, he wanted to help the caravan. He wanted the borders of Texas to be open. This is Crazy Boy, Beto, Nutty Time. And so if you look at these races going on, and this was held by a Republican, and it needs to remain held by a Republican. They put a lot of money into Beto. They put $40, $50 million into Texas for Beto. And that's another big black eye if he loses, and it looks like he's cruising for a loss, because for the first time in the night, he's now behind. And I don't see how he catches up. How does he catch up? Because all the bulk of the Beto votes come from the cities. That's Houston, Harris County, and I don't know, that may be Dallas up here, Williams County. Here is Dallas County. Here he won that one, which he led by a 32-point lead with 5.9% of the precincts in. But all these other counties, Ted Cruz is going to cream him. I mean, here is Dawson County. He's up by 43%. I mean, these are not highly populated counties, but still, Ted Cruz is going to win by 60 points. He's going to win by, here's 79 points. Here's, him 36 points. He's got way more. He's got way more real estate and a lot more votes to be counted in the rural areas, and he's already flipped it over. So there we have it. He's flipped it completely over. He's flipped it. And so that's where we are with that. It's I don't know. It ain't looking. Let's just go back for that blue wave that we've been told nonstop in this psyop that we've been told that there was going to be some blue wave. I'm gonna refresh it up here. This is the people for that town hall, which is a lovely map for them. And it looks like the Republicans have more seats than the Democrats. And the Senate is looking like it's going to go to, I don't know if this is even something. Maybe we're going to just get rid of that. Goodbye, Politico. And again, here's the map of for the Senate, for the Donald Trump. Here's the map of the people that are up for grabs that were, Donald Trump won Missouri, but there was Claire McCaskill was here. Bill Nelson was the Democratic senator in Florida. Donald Trump won in Pennsylvania. That stayed blue. Although Donald Trump won these two states. I'm surprised that Manchin it held on. It hadn't been called. I don't think it's been called yet. But now Cruz is ahead even on Fox. Cruz is ahead on Fox, which I don't really trust. I don't trust Fox all that much. I hate to tell you that. But, it is, I think, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. So we're going to be staying here a little while. Again, this is the House and the Senate. I don't see a blue wave. Do you? I do not see a blue wave. Here is some more breaking. Democrats just flipped New Jersey 11 from red to blue. Congratulations. Okay, they got 3. You know, listen, if they were going to have a big blue wave, they'd need 40 or 50 seats. Oh, and that's another thing I wanted to say about. Let me just squeeze myself up here. That little weasel, Paul Ryan. Let me tell you something. Paul Ryan, good riddance. Good riddance to the guy that doesn't want to fund a wall, Paul Ryan, but he has a big old wall around his house in, Wisconsin. Big old wall around his house. Like to have some more of those Muslim refugees in, but he sends his kids to Catholic school where Muslims would never go. Paul Ryan, allowed the 39 seats because he runs the House. Paul Ryan is Speaker of the House. He allowed 39 seats to go uncontested to the Democrats in the House. This is supposed to be the biggest midterm election ever. And he allowed 39 seats to go to the Democrats uncontested. I mean, you put a candidate in there to at least make the Democrats spend some money. You don't run it uncontested. And then look at McDaniel, who runs the RNC. I've heard stories from some of my friends who are pretty connected that said she was pulling money away from Republicans that were in competitive House races. And how do you know? They said, well, they were asking me for money, and I've been a donator. I've been donating to the RNC. I said, okay. And this is a guy that voted for Obama. I mean, this is great. He says, man, I made a mistake. I thought it was going to be great for the country. So he's pretty open-minded. And he said, I donated to the RNC a couple of times, and finally somebody called me and said, hey, whoa. Hey, you're pulling money away from Republicans in competitive House races. Why are you doing that, Click? So, I think Miss McDaniels, son of a daughter of Mitt Romney, has to be out. She's got to go. I think she's got to go. I'm going to refresh this page here. Let's go see if we get some more updated stuff from our maps here, huh? So here we have the Senate. Let me go ahead and just give you a full screen. You don't need to be looking at my ugly mug. So we got the Senate here, and folks, listen. Right now, it's I was even the Democrats didn't think they were going to flip the Senate. But listen, this is wishful thinking, blue wave, psyop, total BS that they're going to flip the House. I mean, and now we got a lot of Western states, so there's a lot of seats throughout the Western states. But they've only flipped that I know of 3 seats. That is not a wave. That is not a wave. Here's what's name? Ocasio-Cortez has 1 New York 14th congressional district. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. You know what? That's a plus. She's nuts. Hey, meet the new Maxine Waters. Hello. Meet the new face of the Democrat Party, the social democrat, that's what she says she is, open borders, get rid of ICE, sanctuary city, right here. She is probably going to help the Trumpster. She's going to help define what the Democrats have always been, and is going to be dumb enough to actually come out and tell the truth. And I got to tell you, and why do I say that? I don't mean to sound mean. I don't mean to sound mean, but I got to tell you what happened with the Project Veritas over and over again. Project Veritas caught one person after another, lying, Democrats lying about who they were, one after another. Just lying who they were, and they couldn't get out of their own. They couldn't get out of the way. They just couldn't get out of the way. They couldn't. They just couldn't. They had to lie about who they were. They had to lie about that they were, against gun control when they were for gun control. They want to do away with the Second Amendment. They had to lie about the open borders thing. They had to lie about sanctuary cities. They have to lie about protecting criminal aliens over senators. They have to lie. But you know what? You know what's refreshing? She didn't lie. I got to give her one thing, Ocasio-Cortez. She didn't lie. And of course, Tom Perez, the leader of the Democratic National Committee, the leader of the party, well, the head of the Democratic National Committee, says she's the face, right here, the face of the Democrat, the new face of the Democrat Party. Youngest woman to be elected to Congress. No woman has ever been elected to Congress in her 20s. Live results. Politico. Yay. And here we have another seat. You know, GOP seat flips to Democrat. So you get 3. Or what I can count, about 3. That's about it. That's about it, right there. So, you know, what you got with all this, you go look at the Democrats, and now we have more red, you know, more Senate seats flipped over here. The only 2 that it looks like they're calling this for Joe Manchin, 49%, 243,000. He's got 49% of the vote, so it looks like he's going to win. There's a few counties down here that have not reported, but he, you know, only needs a few more percentage points. So Manchin's going to hold on to this seat. Patrick Morrissey made a good college try, though. He made the Democrats spend money here. Sure did. Sure did. And here, Indiana, I believe this is Mike Braun. That's over. He's got 52. Who's this? Senate results. Debbie Stabenow ended up holding on to Michigan in the Senate. Hold on. They have a yellow. It looks like she's going to hold on. I don't know. We're not done yet. We got a ways to go here. It's John James is a Democrat, and she's up by a couple 100,000 votes. Now there's a lot of again, look at the Democrats stronghold. They got a few of the cities, a few of the big cities, and then the rest of the real estate usually goes to the rural stuff goes to the Republican, and by wide margins. And so that's not insurmountable. That's why they haven't called it yet. But we'll see. I mean, we shall see about that. Here we have this is take a look at the House here. Here's the House. But, you know, they only need, 20 some odd seats. So they need another 20 seats. They need 23 or 24 to flip it, I think. And the governorships, they're still not calling this yet. Abbott won here. You know, these are all, you know, strongly. Boy, nothing for Missouri. Missouri is, I don't know whether there's no governor's race in Missouri. But the Senate, let's go to the Senate, Missouri. Let's see how Missouri's doing. You know she's going to win St. Louis. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. She's getting crushed. There's that Senate seat. Here we go. Look at the red. Oh, my gosh. This is a beatdown, y'all. This is a beatdown. Claire McCaskill got creamed here. You know, there's 33% of the votes in, but this is a beatdown, y'all. Woo! I mean, the red counties mean those are the ones he already won. So, you know, here we have, I think, another seat that's going to flip. To me, it looks like it's going to flip. To me, looks like it's going to flip to. Come on, let's go back. And remember the map we had. Hold on. Let me go here. Let me get out here and get this. Remember this map we had that I had early on. Was this it right here? Yeah, no, not this in it. Hold on. Right here. So here's the map. Let's go back to this map. So here's Missouri. Again, we got, it looks like Florida, Missouri, Indiana, Ohio, North Dakota. There's 5. I said 6 or 7. Okay? Montana, Tester, we'll see, and Ohio. And Michigan. So we'll see. This is but I think you can pretty much count Florida, Missouri, Indiana. I think all 3 of those you can count. Don't touch the computer screen. Okay. Good. Okay. So let me just go up to a map. I want to freeze on this one map right here. Let's go to this map right here. Hold on. And so we're just going to hold on to that. So those are the ones in the Senate are in play. And it looks like Florida, Missouri, Indiana, North Dakota. I think Heitkamp's getting creamed. And so there's 4. I said 7. So we'll see if we end up with 7. Maybe we end up with 6 or 5. But I think we'll end up with more than 4. You know, West Virginia, looks like Manchin's held on to West Virginia. Pennsylvania's held on. But I think Ohio, Indiana's already gone. So there's 4, I think, for sure. And then you have Ohio, Michigan, and Montana. So we'll see. It might be 7. I think it's going to be 7. We shall see. So there you go. Hold on. Let's see here. Let me go back here. Let's see this.
I think you got to know when to hold them.
Let's go up here. Oh, crap. Let's see. We got something running with some audio on it. Let's go here. It's, I believe it might be, oh yeah, it might be these guys. Let's get rid of that. Okay, let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of this one. I don't know which one it is. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me come back here. I gotta reload to kill that audio in the background. So here we have this, and let's come up here to let's get back up here so we can see this. Let's get right over here. Hold on here. Let's get up here. Okay. Maybe I get my tech guy Nick to help me out get this map back where it belongs. I close all the browsers down, open it up. Oh, here we go. There we go. Let's go right here. Let's go here. Let's see if we can open this one up. There we go. And let's see if we can open this one up. There we go. Come on. Hold on. We got a little black working. Let's go here.
The Democrats are going to do
Oh,
everything they can.
we got this back open again.
This booming economy. But
All right. I don't know how to turn this off. They got this non-stop. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's go back here. Let me get here. All right. Let me get rid of this here. Okay. This has got to go. Yeah. All right. So let's see if we can open up something else here. I'm trying to get something open here, folks, so I can get my map back. Had all that audio running for a long time. Oh, okay. So let's see if I can open this back up. Nick, if you could come on here with TeamViewer and get me opened up here. I'm talking to my guy here. I think we should have maybe we have some questions to answer too. Okay, hold on. Live streaming suddenly. Thank you. All right, yay. All right. Nick, if you could open me up this browser here and get some screen back up. I'm talking to my tech guy, folks. So let me get here live, a full screen for you. And I want to see if my web guy can open this up for me. Hopefully he can. There we go. He's doing something. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Push that back over. Oh, all right. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, oh, not that. No, not this. This is evil. Let's get this one open, Nick. Let's get this one, not that one. Okay, let's get this one. Oh, you can't. Do I have to use this one right here, Nick? Okay, hold on. I will use that one. Hold on. All right. Let's see if I can open that bad boy up. Favorites. Yeah. Okay. Nope. I can't use this one, Nick. I really need to use my other one. If I can open up another window, it'd be great. Over here. All my stuff is saved on this one, not on the evil edge. Yeah. Internet Explorer. Ah, okay. Thank you. All right, hold on. Yes, that's what I want. I want this right here. So let's go back here. All right, let me get my window back open. Come on, honey. NBC. Wait a minute. NBC's got another piece of propaganda here. NBC News is saying that House estimates Democrat likely to win control. Really? Well, let's just see if that's true. I don't see it. Hold on. Let's see here. NBC. Let's go here. Let's go House. They're already saying that they're already going to call the win for in the House. I don't know about that. Let's see. Hold on here. Let's go to. Oh, I know where I want to go to. Okay. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. So here we have, this is the Senate, and they still haven't called this, but they called North Dakota. They called Indiana. That was already Republican. That was they called Texas. Oh, they called Texas. Holy cow, they got Cruz winning in Texas. All right, I don't know how they know the House is going to flip. What did I tell you about Texas? Ted Cruz won 50.9. He won. Beto can't win. He won a majority of the votes in Texas. So that's all there is for that. So let's just go ahead and go back here. Here we go. Let me open this up. So let's go back to the House race. I don't know how I don't understand how they're calling the House. They said likely. So this is NBC. You know, they called the election for what's his name in 2000 and kind of screwed the people out of the panhandle. NBC, Al Gore. Remember that? Remember NBC doing that? They just forget about the whole, you know, the whole panhandle here. And they called it for Al Gore with these two areas. And back in the Hanging Chad, the 2000 days when 43 was elected president. And you know what? NBC, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, everybody went to Florida and did a recount of their own. And George Bush did win. It was not stolen like the Democrats kept saying over and over again. That's what they said over and over again. It was just really kind of unbelievable. Let's open this up. Oh, another one here. Oh, shoot. Okay. Let's go back here. Let's go back. NBC. Let's go here. Here's the Senate. You keep getting this damn audio here. I don't know where this audio is coming from. This is every time I open this up, I hear that stupid audio. So Ted Cruz did hold on to his. Hey Nick, you see this, buddy? Hey Nicky. You see, Nick's my web guy. He thought Beto was going to win. I don't know where this audio is coming from. Every time I open this up, I hear this stupid audio from these dimwits that are, I don't know where it is. Oh, it's just live. Can we mute this? It's Town Hall Live. That's what it is. So their live show is, let's see if we can mute this, huh? We can't, but this is the Senate. Now, NBC is saying the House is going to flip over, but I don't see how that happens. You know, I don't see how that happens. Here we have Beto. This is another big, huge disaster for the Democrats. Let me get rid of this. This is very irritating. Now here they are saying, NBC News, House estimate, Democrats likely to win majority control. Really? Here we are, another psyop, and all the polls aren't closed yet. Another psyop, and the polls are not closed out on the West Coast, I don't believe. They're not completely closed unless they close at 7 o'clock. Because it's 10:19 Eastern time right now. Here we have NBC, the psyop, that is the psyop once again. So we'll see. I don't see that. That is not happening to me. That's not happening when you look at this either. And the AP here, this MSN thing. There you go. That doesn't. Right now it doesn't look like that. So there you have it right here. Here's NBC with their headline. Again, we don't have the polls. Unless they all close at 7 o'clock. They're all closed out on the Pacific Coast. Okay. So here we have the thought shaping and the NBC saying the whole House is going to flip over, and yet when you look at the confirmed House seats, you look at the House is at 122 right here, 122 to 114, and the governorships are the ones that were out there. It looks like I think Rick Scott is going to win the Senate seat. This is the Senate. This has already been called. Kevin Cramer. Missouri has not been called yet, but again, here's what's bad for Claire. This is Columbia, Missouri. This is Boone County. This is where the University of Missouri is, of course. So she's only won 4 counties. One, I don't know what this is. Oh, St. Louis County. This is St. Charles County, which I think is bizarre, but not by much. Boone County, which is a college town, University of Missouri. And this is St. Clair and Clay County. I believe this is Kansas City. And so that's it. That's all she's won. And if you look here, Missouri, it's a little bit more detailed for the NBC. Let's go here. The midterm elections. I wonder what kind of thought shaping this NBC thing is that they're doing, saying that they already flipped the House. How do you flip the House with a map like this in Missouri? So I don't know. I think that I don't know. I have no idea. Let's go to the House. I will say that that little weasel Paul Ryan, again a complete weasel, and also McCaskill. Hold on a minute. Let's see. Let's go. Oh man, I'm in the wrong place. Sorry. Let's come down here. Squeeze it up here. There we go. Paul Ryan didn't. He runs the House, and he ran all these seats unopposed, and that's why when Paul Ryan was criticizing Trump with his border stuff, he said, "Why don't you concentrate on winning the House?" Says Donald Trump. You think maybe Donald Trump knew he left 39 seats uncontested? I mean, if they're in the bluest of blue states, you put somebody up, make them spend some damn money. Getting rid of Paul Ryan is going to be one of the real silver linings of this election. Expect the little weasel to try to do something. Ryan, the rhino. Not for we the people, we the globalists. We the Koch brothers. He works for Paul Ryan is just an unbelievable weasel. I mean, really just an unbelievable weasel. And getting rid of him would be probably even worth flipping the House. There's another whole. Here, hold on. Let me get out of here. Let me go full screen for you guys, and let's go. There's another thing about the House, the whole House thing, and that is, and I don't understand how they think. Let's just get out of here. They still have a 12-seat margin right here. Now, granted, they got counties out here and House seats out here, but there are Republican counties out here, and they're not all counted, incidentally, and everywhere else. I don't know how NBC in their infinite wisdom can call the House for the Democrats, but again, they called Florida for Al Gore, and they didn't even have. And incidentally, the Panhandle, some part of the Panhandle is in the Central Time Zone. So the polls were still open when they called it for Al Gore. And you know how the Panhandle votes, it votes red. So I don't know how NBC has declared that they're gonna win. But that's when Donald Trump was telling Paul Ryan that hey Paul, why don't you concentrate on winning the House? Why don't you just concentrate on winning the House? He's leaving all these seats open. That little chiseled weasel. Oh. I didn't really campaign against Republicans. And then what happened with the RNC? Record levels of campaign donation collections, and you ran 39 seats unopposed. You just handed that to the Democrats? Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Quite unbelievable. Quite unbelievable. And so here I'm looking, I got TV in the background. Fox News predicts Ted Cruz will win. Ted Cruz won. Hey, Nick, Ted Cruz won. Nick said, oh, Beto. That's something else. I mean, they treated Beto like a rock star. They spent $40 million. Listen, I think I might be able to knock Ted Cruz out. They spent $40 million on me. I don't think I could, really. I like Ted. But, I mean, Beto, they spent $50 million. How much they spend down there? And have him lose? That wasn't what they thought they could pull off. That wasn't what they thought that was going to happen. I mean, you're talking about a couple of stinging states where they spent big money. They haven't called Florida, but I think Florida's gone. I think it's gone, girl. It's gone, girl. It's gone. They got it yellow, but it's listen, look at that. This is for the Senate race. This is Nelson. Nelson won 1, 2. Wait, is that one county? Is that a county? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 out of, I think it's 58 counties in Florida. 14. That's it. The real estate, this is what I'm telling you, as races get late, they get red. And that's what I'm telling you when these races. And if you look at the governorship, and, DeSantis is not a flamboyant candidate, Ron DeSantis, but he is an honest guy. And if you just go down here for, let's just go up here. Let me go here. A blank page. Oh, all right. Let's redo that. Let's get down here. What is that? Blank page. Well, let's just go here. Here we go. That's MSN. If you just go here to Florida, Ron DeSantis leads by percentage points with 98 in. I think it's over. I don't know what they're waiting for. Oh, he's got less than 0.1% to get the majority. Less than 0.1%. So he's in. That's it. They spent huge money trying to win the governorship of Florida, and they lost, the Democrats. They spent huge money trying to win the Senate seat, and they lost that too. And they spent huge money, Ted Cruz, they've already called this. They spent huge money on Texas to try to win the Senate seat, and they lost that too. It's just unbelievable. Let's come up to here. There you go. There's it. There's election results. Here's the other one that timed out. I guess these things keep timing out. NBC, midterm. This is NBC. So NBC keeps timing out. But between these two maps, I mean, you pretty much get the whole idea here between this one and this one. And, that's what you got. Here's the House, the governor, House. And what is wrong with NBC? Now we have a 15-seat lead in the House. Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry, folks. I'm not used to doing this. Here, now we have a 15-seat lead in the House, right here. Are you seeing this right here, folks? A 15-seat lead in the House, according to this Politics Election 18. And here's and the governors are, you got 17. This is the Senate seat. They haven't called this, but I think it's over. That's over. That's over. Mike Braun beat Donnelly. Marsha Blackburn kicked butt. I think, this is Minnesota. North Dakota, they get these mixed up. They got Kevin Kramer from North Dakota. I think Amy Klobuchar won. It's a pretty big margin, folks. Tammy Baldwin, 52%, 11-point lead. That's in Wisconsin. Miss Debbie Stabenow has got a 4-point lead, but we'll see. Let's just look in here. See the real estate. This is what I'm talking about. You have these races. She's got 51% of the vote. Looks like she's won. It looks like she's won the votes up there. Or percentage of the votes in. I don't know. They haven't called it yet, but there's a lot of real estate. This is what I'm talking about. The Democrats can't win the real estate. They cannot win. They can't win the counties. So I don't know. We'll see. Let's go back. Let's go up here to the governors, the governorship. I don't understand how NBC declares that they're gonna win, that the House is gonna flip. I do not understand that. This is their balance of power House estimate, plus or minus 10. And they think they're going to win 229 to 206. I don't know if that's their estimate. They don't have that yet. This is the real number right here. Right here is a real number. I don't know how they have that set up yet. I just don't see that. They're estimating. There's a lot of real estate out here that's up for grabs. So I don't know how they're estimating that the House wins. Stay in line and vote. If you're out west, if you're going to be out west, if you still have another 30 minutes to go to the polls, go to the polls. If it stays open to 8 o'clock, stay open. Oh, and I gotta say, I gotta say, Evolution Consulting, who I get a twofer here, folks. He helped me set up all this live streaming. Nick Ruiz, Evolution Consulting. He's helped out in a couple of big primary races, and he helps out on some big stuff. And he does big. He's like Cliff High, except more accurate. And Cliff High is pretty accurate. This guy's also very accurate. Let me say that Cliff High and him are both very accurate. They're data miners. They do analysis on trends. They do analysis on what's going on. And this is Evolution Consulting out of Pennsylvania. I think it's Philadelphia. I think. But anyway, hey Nick, I know you're watching this thing. Are you watching this down here, Texas? Are you watching the Senate race? Hey, maybe Nick, can you call me? Give me a call on the House phone, and I want to ask you how is NBC calling the House for the for the Democrats? Is it because there's so many blue districts out west? Is that why? Give me a call and let me know. Call me on the house phone, my friend. Can you do that for me? Go ahead and call me. I just want to see if I can get that on. So I don't understand how that is, but we're gonna stick around for a while. The House, listen, this is MSN. They're still saying that the here he is. It's calling myself. They're still saying here. If you look here, they're still saying. Oh shoot, hold on. They're still saying that. Where is that? Let me go back. Here we go. The House. Here, let me get this over here. Hey Nick, you there? Oh shoot. Okay, I'm gonna call him back. Hold on, folks. I'm just gonna call him back real quick. So I'm gonna see if my consultant who does political consulting, Nick Ruiz, will tell me how NBC is making that call, which is a huge call. I don't understand that. We shall see. This is why I don't believe NBC or any other junk but the NBC has. Well, here I don't understand how good, Nick. Thank you for helping me. I don't understand how. Here, hold on. Let me just. Okay. Can you there?
Yep.
Okay. And so I'm holding you right up on top of the mic, so you'll be heard, I believe. I don't understand how NBC can call the House for the Democrats, and everything I'm looking at says that the Republicans have, right now they have about a 12 or 15 point seat lead. How are they calling that?
From a data analysis perspective, here's what I can tell you, Greg. There is such a discrepancy. If you go across social media and you go across just the mainstream stuff, MSNBC, NBC, if you go through that, I mean, just even in the percentages of votes reporting, there's a really, really wide discrepancy. And I got to say, as you know, I'm a political atheist, but I think since 2016, since the debacle that was the 2016 election, I think a lot of the MSM, Greg, is legitimately afraid to make any sort of commitment at this point just because of what happened 2 years ago. So there's the word I'm going to use is chaos, mayhem, and side order of debacle, because if you look at the reporting that's out there, it's not anything that even on a good day might be mistaken for consistent, even by their standards.
Well, they say that the Democrats have gained 13 in the House so far, 13. But they need another 10. They need another 10 to flip it.
If you go across the reporting, I mean, even I see you there dinging away at me, man, over the O'Rourke thing. I never said he was going to win it, but he was going to be really close, and that's frightening for a state like Texas. But there's some sites that are reporting only 20% reported in Texas, and then there's other sites that they have the election called. So the discrepancy, just from an analysis perspective, is ridiculous.
Well, I know.
I think it just shows what an effect 2 years of Trump and the 2016 election has had on mainstream media, where the credibility just dropped to an all-time low.
Well, I know. I mean, man, oh man. If you look at the Senate, that's in Florida. But let's go back to the House. There's a lot of red ink on the map for the House. They say they say, and this is Fox News. Of course, I don't trust them much either. They say they've gained 13 seats. They gained 13 net. They still need another 10 or 11.
I'm going to use the word fuzzy math.
Yeah.
That's fuzzy math at best. Like I said, from a demographic, and I had an interest in not this particular cycle of the election, but prior to the primary phase. I'm not going to say which one. But in terms of just the reporting processes, really that's the real story here. I mean, red or blue aside, the real reporting here is just how in disarray a lot of the mainstream networks look now. Like you say, some networks have where elections are called. Some of them have where 2 and 3% are reporting. It's like, okay, which one is it? There should be. I understand each network may be using a different data outlet, but still there should be some component of consistency there, and it's just not there. So the real story for me tonight is just how damaged that mechanism is. So hopefully there's some folks that do some reporting on that, because that's the real story. But as far as being able to say, they kicked up 13 seats. Well, which one is it? Is it 2% reporting, or is it are these elections called? So there's again from a data science perspective, there's a bit of my head scratcher, if you will.
Do you think that we'll know tonight in the next couple hours whether or not the House flips or not?
I can't say that for sure. If I don't know, I have this insane thing that I do, and they say I don't know, and if I haven't put the research into where I'm confident in saying yay or nay, I won't say one way or the other. So
Yeah.
to that capacity, Greg, I'm going to say, I'm going to turn two palms up, I'm going to look to my left and right and go, well, no, because I haven't put the research in. But,
Well, I don't trust NBC. I don't trust them at all. They pulled the shenanigans in Florida with. That's pretty crappy, and they should know better because they're professionals. And they called, the election in the 2000 election for Gore, and there's 6, 7 counties in the Panhandle that are in the Central Time Zone, and the polls were still open. And so I don't trust NBC going all the way back to that. And NBC has been so partisan. Do what?
I saw it in 2016 too. I was on. Speaking of good friends and good friends of USA Watchdog, I was on Dr. Dave's show 2 days prior to the election in 2016 with data that was so solid you could have built a house out of it. And I said Trump is going to win. End of story. Keep in mind, this is the same MSNBC, New York Times, Politico, CNBC. And that control mechanism is broken. It's underwent 2 years of the fake news barrage, and as a control mechanism, it's broken. And it's broken because of guys like you. It's broken because of guys like Dr. Dave Jen and Operation Freedom, because, quite simply, the credibility isn't there. In order to have a news outlet, you have to have credibility. And the decentralization of all the information outlets, you, Dr. Dave, and a gazillion others, have had a hand in destroying that control mechanism. So what you're seeing now is what's left. The over 65 nursing home crowd that's tuned into Wolf Blitzer. Spoiler alert, buddy. Nobody cares anymore. There's so many other choices and there's so many other options. That just the reporting of this election, if anybody's wondering if the fake news thing, if that really had an effect, yes, it had. And there's your broken control mechanism. It's one of many that are just coming apart at the seams.
When do you think we'll know tonight that the House has flipped or not flipped tonight?
If I was, and this is not any of my advanced reporting, this is just me and an opinion, really, at this point, I would say probably not.
Wow.
I think it's going to be that cool. I think it's going to drag on and on. We haven't seen any of the magic R word when it comes to elections yet. That I stand for. I haven't seen anybody suggesting any recounts or anything like that, which is where it really starts to get ugly. But I don't think we'll know probably by tomorrow. It depends on the logistics of the state also, how quickly they can get that stuff counted. If it's a blowout, it's a blowout, fine. But
Claire McCaskill, I got Missouri on the screen right now. Claire McCaskill has won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counties. 92% in. Josh Hawley leads by 29 points.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this election map, and I'm looking at the Senate, and I'm saying, they say they're +2, but I think Florida, forget it. Nelson, you're gone. Stick a fork in him. I think Indiana has been called. I think Josh Hawley won Missouri. I think North Dakota, knocked Heidi Heitkamp, Kevin Kramer. And then if you look at John Tester, now there's only 10% of the polls in, but he's leading by 10 points. Do you know that there are people up there living the farm next door to him, and they say he never wins his own county in Montana? He never wins. This is people say he never wins his own county, Tester.
That's true. But another story, too, is just the turnout. The turnout from what I've seen, this is, just a little on-the-ground research here in Pennsylvania. By the way, Pittsburgh, not Philadelphia. That's a beating offense around here when it comes to sports teams, man. But, just around Pittsburgh, the turnouts, just for here, and then if you just break social media really quick, they look like, the voter turnouts look like a presidential year. That's motivation that we haven't seen in a midterm in a long time.
Wow.
And that's really showing just how divided that line is. And I'm going to sound like, I promised I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to sound like a geek for 30 seconds with your permission. And I'm
go fire away. Again, folks, this is Nick Ruiz from Evolution Consulting. He is the guy I buy a la carte for fantastic tech work, and also he helped set up this live streaming, which was quite a bit to do. And Nick Ruiz, go ahead, tell me, sound like a geek for 30 seconds. Nick Ruiz, Evolution Consulting.
I'm going to sound like a geek for only 30 seconds, I promise. And really, the story here, when you look at it from a demographic perspective, is what I call bimodal flow. people that are at more of a center, and because of everything that's been going on, identity politics, yada yada, and mainstream, and this, that, and the other thing, they're being pushed towards one of either two extremes. And that's why I was interested in the Texas race, not in saying, oh, I want Beto to win, or I think Beto's going to win, but that was kind of the microcosm. If you were going to study a large data set in a small sample size, it was the state of Texas. But what we're seeing is a lot of the Senate being pushed to one of the extremes, be that blue or red. But at the same time, there's a lot of the extremes now being pushed towards the center that have had kind of enough of the identity politics and the kind of de jure narratives and stuff. So what we're watching from a data science perspective is, what's the end result of that? Is it a wash? Is it the same amount of people where you really don't get a net change, or is there some net tangible difference there? So that's why Texas is really interesting for us to watch, is because it's kind of a miniature litmus test of what's really going on, and seeing the flow. We didn't study it in depth, not by any capacity. I had no interest in that election. It's not the one that I worked with or anything like that. But the point of the story, though, is watching the flows from extreme to center and center to extreme. You have to figure out where the net delta is and how is that going to affect future elections. So that's what we've been fascinated by. And now I'm done sounding like a geek for a little bit.
Are the Republicans going to flip any blue seats red in the House?
I couldn't tell you.
And I'm watching MSM, and I keep watching their counter, and I'm going to update their counter on the screen here. And I'm looking at the House, because if I click onto it, it goes, it's 114 to 129. I mean, the Republicans are consistently through the night are holding a 15-point lead. Now, but there's a bunch of places that I guess haven't, reported. That's the Senate. Here's the House. There's a bunch of places that aren't done reporting yet. But Mark Walker looks like he's won. Ted Budd looks like he's won in North Carolina. I mean, it just looks like I don't understand how NBC can call this early, unless they're talking about the great expanse out here. That's going to, wow, there's House. Oh my gosh. There's a lot of real estate for a House seat. This is the House. Man, they got some big areas out there for the House.
I don't know how they're calling some of this stuff if for no other
Well, they say could. And they shouldn't be doing that, because I think some of these polls may have just closed. People would be watching it on their smartphone and streaming. And if they're doing that, they're rigging the damn election.
Well, Greg, in a vacuum of purity and data reality, I mean, really, you wouldn't do any mainstream reporting. I mean, here's an insane concept. I wouldn't do any reporting until after the last poll closed, because then you're influencing your own sample set. You see what I'm saying?
It looks like...
Go
ahead.
And if you're showing a candidate with a great big lead, you're not doing him any favors by reporting that early, because people that would otherwise get up and vote and go out and vote for that candidate, they're going, oh, no, we got this. Don't worry about it. So
I think all the polls are closed by now, unless they stay open to 8 o'clock, unless they're being stayed open by court order, unless they're being kept open by other means. It looks like that there's all night long, it looks like there's been a 14, 15 seat lead all night long, unless most of these seats are going to come in blue. But I don't know, there's a lot of real estate out here that may come in red. I mean, real estate is usually red. That's why I told you about Beto O'Rourke in Texas. At one point, when you and I first got on about 8:15, what was Beto O'Rourke up by 8-9%? And I said, listen, as the night goes on, he's going to lose his lead. And not only did he lose his lead, he lost.
You called it, man. From that was 100% accurate. I mean, and you having lived there before, you kind of knew.
I lived in Beaumont.
We didn't study that. Yeah, you lived in Beaumont. We didn't in depth study that, but you had your major urban areas, and that's another story. Is that as far as ideological metrics? I mean, look.
Here's the map of Texas. I mean, Cruz ran the table just about.
Yeah, I mean, but the other story that again, this is me. I know you're looking for the who's going to win in the red versus blue and keeping it relevant, but from a big nerd perspective like yours truly, the other thing I find really interesting about this election, if nothing else, is just how we pick from a number of metrics when we do our data research. I mean, we're accurate. Are we flawless? Oh, hell no. Have we ever claimed to be flawless? Not even close. But we're way ahead of vast majority of those that do what we do, because we do it on a boutique level. We don't do it on a mass scale. So in terms of the metrics that we look at, just in terms of forecasting, not just politics, but for marketing and for business and for product interest and message interest and all sorts of exciting stuff like that. We look at some metrics that we can get some backdated history on, basic ideological core value principle metrics, and we'll go as far back as we can to the point where the data set starts to become really unreliable. But we'll go as far back as we possibly can, right?
Yeah.
We'll look, and as far as divisiveness in this nation right now, 1860 would be the last time we saw any metrics where I'm talking really hardcore issues, and I'm not talking like legalization of marijuana and stuff like that. I'm talking real hardcore, very fundamental principle issues. The divide has never been bigger. So that's the stage set for election 2020 now, which if you thought 2016 was entertaining, wait till you see 2020, because the metrics that we're seeing in terms of just really core, now when I say core divisive, I'm talking pro-life, pro-choice, like that kind of stuff, the very foundations and principles of the human condition, which is, you know me personally, I refer to as obsolete.
Hold on a minute. Here I got on the screen right here. NBC News is reporting divided Congress, Dem takes House. I don't see that yet. I'm sorry, I don't see the math of that.
Go take a look at Twitter. If you want to see what Pew Got a Plate looks like, go take a look at Twitter. I mean, there's links coming in for elections calls, followed by links coming in for networks that are reporting 4 or 5% of the state. I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, it's broken. Is what it is. I mean, to use a gamer term, when something doesn't work the way it's intended, we say it's broken. Kind of like your audio was earlier. By the way, big shout out to everybody in the chat. I was watching it, guys. I was trying to know what I could about that. Like,
yeah, I know. Audio was flowing in the background. I couldn't hear because I turned it down, and I had to close windows that were running hot. And right now it's off. So anyway, listen, Nick.
Game streamer chat.
Yeah. Well, that was something I don't know. I'm sorry the audio was messed up for a while. How long was it messed up for anyway, Nick? Most of the thing.
It was only a couple of minutes, but like I said, shout out to the entire chat room, guys. I was doing what I could for you.
Okay, I don't understand how NBC is reporting this. I don't understand that.
I don't. Like I said, 2 palms up, look left, look right. I don't know. I have no idea. I really don't. There's no consistency there. So when you look at reporting to anything, even if it's not political, even if you're talking, sales and business metrics and demographics, the first thing you look for is consistency. And there's no consistency in the reporting. And if you watch, I mean, I was just looking through the mainstream channels just to see what they look like, and they're all just dumbfounded. Like, it really is combobulated. And the story there, again, I think how they're reporting on it is relevant to that, and that's how they're reporting it. So that's a bit of a head scratcher, and I apologize for being the voice of logic and reason here, but I see one network saying, 4% reporting, and another network saying the election's been called. I have to scratch my head, and I have to have, the whiskey tango polygraph, so to speak. What's really going on?
Well, they're saying the Senate seats are calling Indiana, Missouri, North Dakota. They are going to hold. They're going to hold in Florida, Tennessee, and Texas. They're not going to hold in Florida. They're going to win in Florida. Nelson's a Democrat. That's town hall. Listen, I'm going to call. I'm going to see if I can call Dave Janda. And thank you for the setup. If you need anything else, call me on the house phone or call me on any phone or call Betty and she'll get you. My assistant extraordinaire. Thank you, Dick. Thanks for the setup and thank you for giving us your live streaming. Your live streaming analysis from Evolution Consulting.
Hey, be good, Greg. Thanks, guys. Big shout out to USA Watchdog crowd. Be good, guys. Cheers.
Okay, man. All right, that was Nick Ruiz, who's really helped me out a ton. It's been, big. I'll tell you what, folks. Let's see if we can get Dave Janda on the phone. I mean, what the heck? Let's just see if we can get Janda the Manda, who's become a friend of mine, actually. I'm going to go ahead and just. I think that audio came out okay. I think it was pretty good. Let me get. Let's see if we can get Mr. Janda on the phone. See if he will talk to us. Hold on, just a minute. Let me go ahead and put this map up. See, I want to just see how they are saying what they're saying. NBC. Hey, it's going good. Listen, I'm on the phone with you. Oh, thanks, man.
How much did you have to pay Nick Ruiz to get him on air? I mean, that's
okay. Well, hold on. Before you go on, I want to put you on the air. Can you want to go on the air? I don't want to, cheat.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Okay. All right. So here's my question to you, and I'm going to put you right down to the microphone and make sure the levels are right, because I'm doing this kind of crudely. Are you watching the screen here? Okay,
I am.
okay, so here's what I got, and I'm really at a loss to how they got this headline. They're saying the Dems take the House. How do they have that headline? Then you look at here, and the tally is they didn't take the House. And if you look at the tally here, it's 127 to 135 in the House. I don't see how NBC News can project the House of Representatives going to the Democrats. What do you say?
Well, here's my question. Why are you just picking on NBC? You know who did this before NBC?
Who? Fox. Was it Fox?
Fox called the House at 9:30 tonight.
How?
They're still open all over the West Coast, and they called the House at 9:30.
How did they do
And
that?
at the time, the Dems were up 2 seats.
Yeah, how do they do that? How are they doing
Now,
that?
this goes back, wait, I've gotten in a lot of trouble over the years, and this, I think, is a vindication of what I've said. Greg, for years I have said Fox is controlled opposition for the globalists. And people have fought me on this, okay? And if this doesn't prove it, nothing will. And let me tell you something. The guy who's pulling the strings at Fox on this election coverage is a guy by the name of Bill Salmon, okay? And all I have to do is look at this guy's background. This is a guy who wrote a book. He wrote a book on how to influence elections, okay?
Well, so wait. So you think they're influencing the election? You think they're trying to?
Yeah, because I'll tell you why. Because polls are still open. There are House seats that people have not even voted on, and essentially this is a voter suppression technique to call the House at 9:30 Eastern, which is 6:30 on the West Coast, and at the time the Dems were up only 2 seats.
That's right. That's right.
And at the time when they called it, that Nate Silver, who's a progressive pollster, he was backing his predictions way down where it was 50-50 for the House.
Do you think that they've actually?
At the same time he was doing that, Fox declared out of nowhere, and Lou Dobbs was like, what? And Neil Cavuto, who I believe is controlled opposition for the globalists, was like, oh yeah, that's what our guys in the back say. Well, who's the guy in the back? It's this Bill Salmon guy who wrote a book on how to influence elections. He's also the guy who constructed Megyn Kelly's questions against Trump in the debate.
Oh my God.
Okay, and here's the title of the book he wrote. Are you sitting down, Greg?
Yeah.
Here's the title of the book. The Evangelical President. George Bush's struggle to spread a moral democracy throughout the world. Okay, George Bush, the globalist. Okay, a moral democracy. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm telling you, I am. If this doesn't make people boycott Fox, nothing will.
Do you think so? People should. They should keep voting. They should stay on it. It's a mind control.
Because what they're trying to do is demoralize people so that they don't go vote. That's exactly why they did it at 9:30 with the Dems up 2 seats.
Do you think this is going to work?
I think it could well work. I think, here's what I think. I think that there were a number of seats that were supposed to, like Barr's seat in Kentucky that stayed with Barr on the Republican side. There were a number of seats that potentially were going to flip. And they didn't flip. And there were a couple that did flip, like I believe her name was Comstock in Virginia, and Shalala won an open seat down by Miami. But there are a number of seats that are still being contested that are too close to call.
So this may not work.
Sudden,
These weasels.
They called them all in one fell swoop and handed the House to the Democrats. And what that did, the purpose of that was to demoralize people, to not get them to go to the polls on the West Coast, because there's still some potential contested races in California, in Arizona, in Nevada.
So people should, if they're hearing this on their phones, if they're hearing this on their laptops, if they're getting it streaming, they should go to the polls if they're still open.
And not only they
You know what, though? Hey,
call
Dave,
their
Dave, I think they
friends,
waited too
their
long.
Neighbors, their relatives, they all should go to the polls. If this shows you how panicked the deep state globalist syndicate is.
It may not work, Dave. It also may not work.
Well, I'm concerned. I think it was very close. I always said, Greg, and you know when I talked to you a week ago from folks that I trust, said, yeah, they're going to pick up, Republicans are going to pick up seats in the Senate, and it's close in the House, but the House should maintain and the Republicans barely. Well, I think it was that close, and they decided, hey, look, since a lot of conservatives, a lot of libertarians, a lot of folks that are about the rule of law, anti-globalist folks watch Fox, let's demoralize the base in one fell swoop and call it early for the House to try to save it. Because let's face it, they were supposed to win the governorship in Florida. They're losing that. They were supposed to win the Senate and hold the Senate seat in Florida with Nelson. They're losing that to Scott.
They're supposed to lose in Texas.
Their Beto monster in Texas was supposed to kill Cruz. Well, that didn't happen.
Karen McClaskill, she's losing. She's getting killed.
McCaskill's losing. Oh, here's another one. When they called, Greg, this is what just infuriated the Deal Academy. When they called the election for the House of Representatives for the Dems, at the time in North Dakota, in the Senate race, the Republican was up 16 points. He had been up 16 points for an hour and a half, and they still didn't call it for him until 10:15.
Yeah. Well, listen, North Dakota is one big district. It's just District 1 in North Dakota. Kelly Armstrong won going away. And I suspect there's House District 2. Go ahead.
They wouldn't even call that for the Republican in North Dakota when they had far less evidence to call it for the Dems in the House, and they did it in one fell swoop.
Dude, I think it's not going to work. I don't think it's going to work.
Frankly, I'm concerned it is going to work.
Well, let's pray it doesn't, Dave. Let's pray it doesn't work. Let's pray it's a big dud because the map is not looking good for the Democrats in the House. I mean, I'm still seeing.
The way this doesn't work, Greg, is people have to put their shoes on, and they need to grab everybody they know in any poll that's still open and go out and vote.
Yeah. You know what? Let's pray right now it doesn't work.
I believe this is a concerted effort, and in particular, it was directed through Fox, a concerted effort to oppress votes, to suppress them, and to demoralize the voter base.
Dave, if they're doing this and they're putting their whole reputation, NBC and Fox, on the line, they could get God the Father could put a pie right in the face.
Greg, NBC's reputation. This is the home of Brian Williams, right?
Yeah. Dead bodies floating in the street. I got shot down.
Right, but Fox, you and I, and I've gotten in a lot of trouble. I mean, people have unsubscribed to my YouTube channel. People have blasted me on emails. People have threatened me because of my hard stance against Fox, saying that they're controlled opposition. Let me tell you something. This proves it. This absolutely proves.
Yeah. There's no way they could know. There's no way they could know that the House had flipped. There's no way. There's no way. I've been doing reporting since the 70s.
The gurus of all gurus, Nick Ruiz on, okay? And Nick couldn't even tell you how they could have done it.
That's right. He said he didn't know how they could have done it.
And they did it at 9:30, Greg.
I know.
They did it an hour before NBC.
I know. I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time with it because they are so dishonest. How can you call it? There's no way they could do it. There's no way they could do it. No way.
And now Fox is finally calling the Florida governor's race for DeSantis.
Well, you know what, Dave? Here's my analysis of Florida. Just Florida. Let's just go Florida. Florida, they spent tons of money on the governorship. They got punched got a big black eye, the Democrats. the globalists. They spent tons of money on the Senate race and got another big black eye. Missouri, McCaskill was supposed to win. She didn't. I got Florida.
Texas, they funneled tens of
Oh, yeah.
millions into him.
Yeah. And I tell you, I got to tell you that I got here Florida, Missouri, Indiana, North Dakota. So 1, 2, 3. Hold on. 1, 2, Indiana 3, 4. I think Arizona's going to go McSally. She's up narrowly, but there's no way. And she's up early in the city voting, so she's up. So all the real estate will go to her. You know, later, the longer she goes close, the bigger the spread she'll get, just like Texas. But I don't know if Tester's going to hold on, but he's up. He leads by 12 points, but there's only 15% in. So he's going to take the metropolitan areas, which are going to get chewed up pretty fast, and then all the real estate. We'll see how it goes. But I think they get about at least 5 seats. The Republicans. I said 7, but I think they get 5. Michigan, I think Stabenow is going to end up holding on to win.
Did you have Indiana in there?
Yeah, Indiana 1, Missouri 2, Florida 3, North Dakota 4.
1 point race.
Do what?
Ron killed them.
Yeah. So they're going to pay up at least 4. And we'll see how Montana goes with Jon Tester. You know, he has 12-point margin early, but again, early for a Democrat is what typically happens. And then let's just go on here. Tester's only won 1, 2, 3, 4 counties. 5. He may have gotten the bulk of his votes already. A lot of real estate here in Montana. A lot of real estate. This is Matt Rosendale up there in Montana. There's a lot of real estate in Montana. So I will see. We shall see. I don't understand. The House thing is hideous, really, frankly. And even still, it's 135 to 143 in the House. I don't know how either one of the networks could call it. How could they call that?
Well, I don't know.
I think most of the polls are closed. They weren't closed at 9:30. I'll tell you that.
We need to understand something too, Greg.
Yeah.
Is that this race in the House was set in a foundation of quicksand because of the now near former Speaker of the House, globalist Paul Ryan.
That weasel. 39 empty seats.
If there's anybody that should have an anchor around their neck about why the House was lost, it's because of Paul Ryan and his leadership on behalf of the globalists.
Ding, ding, ding. Amen to that, brother. And also, let's give a shout out to McDaniel, the head of the RNC, who had record collection of donations for the RNC, and also agreed with Mr. Eddie Munster, and allowed 39 seats to go unfunded. You at least make the Democrats spend some money.
Let me tell you something. The only reason why we picked up these seats in the Senate, and the only reason why it's close in the House, is because of one guy, Donald Trump. If it was not for Donald Trump, I'm sure, the average gain in a midterm for the opposing party is I believe 5 seats in the House and 29 in the House and 5 in the Senate. This would have been a blowout. This would have been a 1994 reversal that what the Republicans pulled on the Dems. This would have been 60 seats by the Dems if it was not for Trump, and it would have been 10 or 12 seats in the Senate.
Well, I'll tell you, NBC and Fox News could get a big pie in the face for doing this.
Well, this is how bad it is, Greg. CNN hasn't even called the House for the Dems.
Wow, CNN. And well, of course, they can't have another black eye for something they've done.
Well, and now Fox is trying to. Now all of a sudden, in Missouri, they just gave to Howley over McCaskill.
They gave what?
They called Howley beating McCaskill.
Oh yeah. Of course, look on the screen. McCaskill, she won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counties. I'm sorry. This is St. Louis and St. Charles.
And has been over 100,000 votes for at at least a half hour.
Yeah.
And just calling it now.
This is St. Louis and St. Charles. This is Kansas City. Kansas City is mostly it's in Missouri, not in Kansas. People don't realize 3/4 of it's in Kansas City. And then this is Boone County, where I went to college, Columbia, Missouri. She won 5 counties. She got creamed.
Yeah.
She got creamed by a newcomer.
And notice who was there at midnight last night campaigning.
Donald J. Trump.
Donald J. Trump.
Ding, ding, ding. I don't understand how they can call the House. Are they going to... You know what? I'm glad they did it. Because I don't think it's going to work. I got to tell you, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work.
I'm actually...
And I think they're going to get a pie in the face.
I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned, Greg. It is going to work.
Well, let's hope it does. When do the polls close out in the West Coast? 8 o'clock Pacific or 7 o'clock or 7:30? Missouri was 7:30.
I think it's 8 o'clock. I think it's 8 o'clock out west. I can take a look here.
Well, you got the western states. The Rocky Mountain time zone is Montana and parts of Idaho and hey, Idaho District 2. Oh my God, Mike Simpson's killed. Well, of course, it's only 0.6% of the percent of the vote, but he's up by 80 points, almost 78 points. I tell you what, NBC and Fox could end up looking awful stupid if we wake up tomorrow and the Democrats miss by 5 or 6 seats.
Well, I'll tell you, I am very concerned that this was a concerted effort based on the timing, based on the fact that polls were open. It involved Fox News to suppress votes.
Well, you know what? If they did do that, and the dreamscape would be they did that and they lost, and they get a pie in the face. And they have to say they have to backtrack, and I hope they do. And I hope they do. There's a lot of house seats out here with a lot of real estate that don't go blue, incidentally. And they had to give up some of these districts. I think they have to give up Orange County. They were trying to separate Orange County, and they couldn't do it. And there's a couple other ones they gave up on, too, that they could not do it. I want to say one of these Texas counties, but I think it's Rohrabacher's County, where they had to, they could not, they stopped spending money. They were getting killed, and they needed to put the money elsewhere. That's what they were doing. I think it's Rohrabacher's County. His district, I should say, not county. His district. But we'll see. I mean, listen, I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray to the good Lord that they're going to get a pie in the face. And they're going to have to backtrack on that, and they're going to lose credibility, Fox. That's just pure evil, Dave. I got to tell you, that's some pure evil stuff. But the only bright spot of this whole election is Eddie Munster. Paul Ryan is going to be gone. But I'll tell you what, if the Democrats do get the House and they do these crazy stuff, it could end up helping Donald Trump. Failed impeachment and investigations that go on and waste money and the whole deal. This could also help Donald Trump. But I don't, right now I just don't, they still don't have any data. How can they project, now we have a 10 House seat lead. This is according to MSN.
Yeah, the polls in California closed at 11 o'clock Eastern.
Oh boy, what a bunch of weasels! An hour and a half early, the polls closed, and they were trying to juke the vote. How dare they do that? They should have never called. They called the House, and you have that many seats, that many votes still uncounted. I think they could get a pie in the face, Dave. I think they could get a pie in the face.
Well, they deserve more than a pie in the face. They deserve people to walk away.
Well, now here I'm looking at MSN and they're tallying the votes as the real-time vote tallying, the real calls at 149 Democrat and 139 Democrat and 149 Republican right here.
Yeah, well, That's what they have on Fox right now, Fox Business News that I'm watching right
Well,
now.
then how could they call that? How in the world can they call? See, listen, they don't have any more. This is the sad thing, Dave. You know, you think, oh, the resources of Fox News. And you know what the resources of Fox News are? They're sitting there and trying to rig an election for the House. And so is NBC. Resources. They don't have any more resources than I do. They don't have any more resources than I do.
Remember the name of the guy who was in charge of the operation? Bill Salmon, globalist extraordinaire.
Yeah. Well, all the people, the owners of Fox News are on the Council on Foreign Relations.
Right.
Look at this. Look at this out here. See these counties out here for the House? You know, these are not blue counties. These are going to be these are red counties. These are real rural. I think Rohrabacher's County is down here somewhere. I don't know where it is. Anyway, but we'll see. I'm not going to give it up, Dave. I'm not going to give it up. If it's the dirtiest of dirty tricks, I got to tell you, it's the dirtiest of dirty tricks.
It is the dirtiest of dirty tricks. I agree with you.
Because anybody who's doing news, and now this is the thing, I've been talking about Fox News too, and people are like, really, you think? Well, yeah, I do think. I do think it because they just pulled it right now. Why would you do that? Why would you call a race that you couldn't call? There's 435 seats in the House, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got 140 for the Republicans, for the Democrats, and 149 for the Republicans. How can you call that many seats and say you know what the outcome's going to be? You can't.
You can't.
You might be able to call the Senate. I mean, you might be able to say, hey, California is going to remain in Democrat hands with what's her name out there in California? Hold on, Senate. Feinstein. California Feinstein, she only leads by 5 points, but that's early voting. I don't see how the governor, let's see the governorship out there. Oh my God. Oh, here's one for you. Here's one for you, my friend. So they said that, what's his name, running for governor out there, what's his name, who was mayor of San Francisco, what's his name out there? He was up by, Newsom, he was up by 20 points. But yet here we have John Cox, who's basically leading. Of course, that was only 0.81%, but typically you would find the Democrat leading because the city's coming first. That was a giant psyop. Oh, Newsom's up by 20 points. Really? He's up by 20 points? Really? I think it's going to be a lot closer. Yeah, they may indeed because they cheat so much. I mean, all the illegal alien voting and all the rigging and everything out there. It's like their own, a California stand. Rigging, and they sit there, there's no evidence. But I don't know. I mean, here's Kate Brown. She's probably going to win in Oregon. She's up by 10 points. I don't know why these people keep voting for this communism that wrecks their economies.
Well, I also don't know why they vote for a guy like Menendez.
I know.
In New Jersey, who was under indictment, got off on a technicality. The people of New Jersey should be ashamed of themselves.
They're stupid. They're voting for fraud.
Well, no, I believe they're complicit in his criminality.
Yeah.
I believe it goes beyond stupidity.
I believe
they are complicit in their criminality.
You are in Michigan.
Right.
Looks like Stabenow's going to win.
Looks like Stabenow's going to win, and Bill Schuette, who was the Republican nominee, ran a absolutely horrendous campaign.
Yeah, but you know what? Look at the real estate.
What?
Look at the real estate. Oh, this is what is this? This is. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Senate.
Yeah.
Schuette is out. Is the Senate candidate? It's saying it's John James. This is Michigan, right?
John James is the Senate candidate, and Schuette is the governor candidate.
Oh! I'm sorry. Let me go to
John James ran a pretty good campaign. Could have been more aggressive against Stabenow. She's been in politics for 43 years. One of the principal supporters of every globalist agenda policy on the face of the earth. He didn't hit her that hard on it. It was unfortunate. It could have really, really driven her out of the Senate.
Why are these guys so governorship Schuette? Why are he beat the candidate you really liked? Schuette was endorsed by Trump.
Pat Colbeck was not only true conservative, but he also had a lot of libertarian aspects to him. Very free market approach. Pat Colbeck is the most honest person in politics I've ever come in contact with in my 30 years
Wow.
of dealing in healthcare policy. Pat, I truly believe if Pat, what happened in that race, Bill Schuette got the endorsement of Trump in the primary because Pat Bondi, the Attorney General of Florida, who is a friend of Trump's, told him to support Schuette. It was a terrible decision. I think Trump regretted it. He did not come up here and campaign for Schuette. Schuette pushed the Trump endorsement in the primary and then never spoke again about Trump in the general election. And Michigan is very, very pro-Trump because of the manufacturing base he's brought back in the automotive industry here in Michigan. Schuette abandoned, he didn't talk about Trump. Trump obviously was not happy with Schuette, never came up here for a campaign stop. And Schuette ran an incredibly bad campaign.
Well, I got at least, I mean, it looks like Manchin won his Senate seat. Here's my thing. If I was Manchin, he only won by 3.5%. Woo! That was not a rousing win for him. 49 to 46. Only 30,000 votes.
Yeah.
If I was Manchin, you know what I would do?
Well, if I was Manchin, if he were smart, because he's going to be ostracized by the Democrat leadership, he should flip over.
That's what I said.
Right.
That's what I said. I said he should flip if I was him, because he's going to. He number one, he voted for Kavanaugh at the last minute. Number two, he's from a coal state, and you know how Democrats hate coal. And number three, he said in his campaign he would support President Trump.
Yep.
Well, I say come on down, Joey. Let's go hell ho hog, because you are the redheaded stepchild of the Democrat Party. You're going to be sitting at tables by yourself, buddy.
Greg, I just looked it up, and I made a mistake when I said Fox called the House for the Dems with +2. I told you 9:30. I just looked it up. They called it at 8:49 Eastern Time.
Oh my God, that to me that's disgusting. That is disgusting.
Which is 5:49 Pacific Time.
And the polls close out there when?
8 o'clock.
So
2 hours and 11 minutes.
Well, you know what, dude? I don't think it's going to work, and I'll tell you why. I do not think it's going to work. I can tell you that North Carolina was going to go red in the districts where I am, and the reason why, I'll tell you why. I went out to go to this certain gas station I go to because it's not ethanol fuel in it. Then I went by a typically black voting district, and there was nobody there. And Mark Walker won his race, and Ted Budd won his race. Walter Jones won his race. There are very few blue counties for the House in North Carolina. They were probably wanting to flip some of these counties, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it in the House. And now the map has 151 Republican, 141 Democrat, and this is MSN. And this is what the AP is reporting. And I got to tell you, nobody else has come up with that headline. That is evil. And I'll tell you what, if that's the case, that'll be something. You're going to be my guest for this coming Sunday, right?
Yes, I am.
If that's the case, I got to tell you, there's going to be hell to pay, and I hope it doesn't work. And right now, if you look on the map, you see my map out here right now. We got Arizona District 4 already going to COSAR. I don't know if he already held that at all. We have this Tom O'Halloran. I guess this is the same district as Tucson is in. Oh, wait, maybe this one might be it. Boy, there's a lot of... they're basically going to split the state up. McSally, I don't know how McSally... Let's see what the Senate's doing. They said McSally and what's her name, Communist Seneca, she leads she leads pretty big. And she's going to end up with all
Good
the...
news. Get ready. The House Democratic leadership are expected to speak at any moment in Washington. So your new, they're calling it the new Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, is about to address the American public.
How could that be? Unless they know of some massive voter fraud out west, how could that be? We still have 144, 151 Republican.
Yeah, I know.
I don't understand this psyop here. I don't understand this.
Well, this is a psyop.
The White House must be going crazy.
This is the globalists trying to hang on.
The White House must be going crazy. How can they do this? They don't have it. They're not done. How can they do this? I don't understand.
Well, didn't Al Gore come out and remember that whole thing?
Are you kidding me? Iowa went all blue in the House? Are you kidding? There's not a single red district in the House? You're kidding. How in the hell did they get Iowa? God, they're stupid. They're stupid in Iowa. I'm sorry, Iowa, you voted for communism. I guess I get crap for that from people, I guess. I don't know. But I'm looking at the House race in Iowa, and there's not a single red district in Iowa. They only have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4? They only have 4 House seats, Iowa. The House, now there's...
They obviously are in favor of globalism in Iowa.
Yeah, I guess they are. They're dumb. Gillibrand won in New York. That's not a surprise. That's such a contrived deal. We still have 144, 151 in the House. Democrats 144. What do you mean they're going to speak? How are they going to speak?
That's just what the Fox Business did.
How is Fox projecting Republicans will retain the Senate, Democrats will take control of the House? How in the heck are they doing that? How are they doing that?
Well, I think you got to look at the guy who made the call on this to try to suppress votes, and that's Bill Salmon.
Well, they're not done voting. My God, they're not done voting. There's a bunch of seats out west. Nevada has I don't even know if there's nothing even counted in Nevada, and all the other seats look like they're pink. I don't understand how they can do that. These are House seats now. You know, this isn't.
And remember, we still have House seats in Alaska and Hawaii too, right?
Right, Hawaii's going to go. They got 1 House seat in Alaska, and they got 1 House seat in Hawaii. So they're going to probably get Hawaii, but they may not get. I don't see how they get Alaska. How are they going to get Alaska? They don't know yet. How can they know? They cannot know yet.
Well, and I'm looking here I'm looking here at Michigan, and there are 5 toss-up districts in Michigan. Republicans are leading in 4 of them handily, and they still have not called them for the Republicans. And there's one that the Democrat is leading, but 17% of the vote is in that one district.
Well, Dave, I don't think it's over. And they could call anything they want all they want, but they could have a pie in the face come tomorrow morning.
They could, but I truly believe that their last-ditch effort was a voter suppression technique implemented through Fox.
You know, I don't know if it's going to work, Dave. I got news for you. And the Trump administration is controlling the voter fraud counterattack, I'm sure. And I don't know how much you know about it, but when he said that it was going to be turned over to Homeland Security, there's no way he just let that go. No way.
Oh, no. My information is there were a number of teams that Trump had implemented on behalf of the integrity of the voting process. And it is also my understanding that a significant number of voting machines as of Monday night, last night, were impounded because they had pre-set voting on behalf of the Democratic Party on them.
Oh, boy. Well, now we know why they had to go into the governor's office and they had to, of course, they haven't called this yet, but Brian Kemp looked like he's won, and they knew that their candidate was weak, even though it had Oprah down there. And Kemp won, and look at the real estate he won. He won all the real estate in Georgia, except for what I guess around Atlanta, and maybe around Macon. And Stacey Abrams, and they were caught trying to hack into the voting machines because they needed evidently thousands of votes. He won by 250,000 votes. What it looks to me.
Yeah, the chairman of the Democratic Party is now speaking in Washington, so I don't know if that's something you want to listen to, but.
How do they know Democrats can't control the House? They're not done voting. I don't see the numbers. I'm sorry, I don't see the numbers.
Well,
And they won't put up how many seats they won.
I would very much like to argue with you, but I can't.
Yeah, but they won't. I'm watching Fox right now, and they will not put up.
They have it at 152 to 146 Republicans.
What do they have it at?
152 to 146.
I got okay. Well, I got on MSN. I had 145 to 151. Republicans 152. I'm sorry. Democrats 146. I don't know how they can talk yet. I don't know how they could know this. Looks like Tester's going to win Montana.
This is the old technique of claiming victory and, trying to manipulate and fudge the numbers while, you're having the big party that you want.
It looks like Tester's going to win.
It's a standard technique I saw growing up in the city of Chicago.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's going to win. I don't know if it's going to work, Dave. We don't have that out there. I don't think they can claim victory yet. They're not done out here out west. They're not finished. And I see a lot of possible red seats. I mean, Montana, their one house seats goes to Montana, but all the ones in Idaho, Western Washington, Western Oregon, Northwestern California, District 4, District 8, 10, 16, all have leads by Republicans. How can they call the House for the Democrats? I think they're thinking Tester's going to win, although he's got about a 20,000 vote lead in Montana. I guess that's a lot in Montana, being, I don't know, do they have 200,000 people in Montana?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how they can call it.
That's a significant amount.
I don't see what's her name's Nancy Pelosi talking yet. I don't see her talking yet.
Well, the chairman of the Republican Party, or the Democrat Party, whatever his name is out there talking.
Perez,
yeah.
I don't see him talking yet. Cavuto, what a douche Cavuto is, a weasel. Cavuto is. They did call Florida for Rick Scott. Oh my gosh, it's a pie in the face. It looks like McSally is up by about 15,000 votes in Arizona. It looks like Tester is beating.
Fox is not called Florida for Scott.
Woo! Man, oh man, the Wisconsin governorship is down to a couple of thousand votes, my friend, for Walker.
And they were just talking about it. Saying how Scott on Fox. They were talking about how Scott Walker was down a fair amount. Now all of a sudden it's flipped and he's down by 2,000 votes. So.
Yeah, and as the night goes on, the the rural real estate usually flips to Republicans.
Yep.
So that's how that usually works. And it looks like Rick Scott has won in Florida. It's in the margin of error, though. It's in 5% land, I think. They may have a recount.
It's 0.6 right now. I think it has to be 0.5 or less.
Yeah. And then they're not sure if you're 0.5 or less. You're not sure you're gonna do that. And the House, now they're saying Democrats 151, Republicans 153. They don't have it yet. They don't have it yet. I'm sorry. They don't have it.
Well, they need. What do they need?
218.
231?
Now that we need 51 for. Oh shit! Hold on, that's wrong. Sorry, cussed. Didn't mean to. House. They need 218 for a majority, and now there's 153 Republican called and 150 for Democrats. I thought that the Republican win would be single digits, 6, 7, 8, 9 seats. I thought they'd pick up 7 in the Senate. I think they're going to pick up 4. Right? They're going to pick up Florida. They haven't called it Florida, Missouri, Indiana, and North Dakota. They're going to pick up 4. And they're going to retain Texas, and they're going to retain I think they're going to retain Arizona, unless they're out there cheating.
Well, they could well get Montana and Nevada too.
The Tester's up by let's take a look here. Well, Tester's only won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 counties, which is I think is probably where Butte and where the biggest cities in Montana. But all this real estate, I mean, that may not go to him. They say that Tester never wins his own county. Did you hear that? Somebody wrote me and said I live in the farm next door to John Tester. McSally's up by a small margin. I don't see how you could vote for the communist. Oh, now it's 43 to... Now it's only 14,000 votes difference with John Tester and Rosendale. We'll see. It's not over. It's only...
It's only 28% of the vote counted too.
Yeah. If he's so John Tester's had his big hoo-ha. So he's got the city vote done. So all the other counties here I got on the screen, all these counties are unreported. They're not reported. Now there's a lot of wide open spaces where there's 3 or 4, 5, 10,000 people in the county, and it's a lot of space. I mean, they don't call it Big Sky Country for nothing. But I don't see how they flipped the House. How did they make that announcement? 150, 150. They just picked up 3. Now they're 3 ahead. How did they do that? How did they make that announcement? Are the polls still open in Nevada?
I think they closed around the same time they did in. I think they closed 10 o'clock Eastern.
Well, they got 2 districts. They don't have anything. 0% reporting. 1, 2. They only have 3. I think that's Las Vegas down here.
It's probably because Harry Reid's doing the counting.
Yeah. Boy, there's for sure a lot of other pink stuff. The House seat in Montana, now she only leads by 1.55 with 19% reporting. Kathleen, she was way up early. That's that city vote. So the city vote, it comes in fast and furious for the Democrat, and then the county vote, the rural vote, comes in for the Republican. So she's got her thing. I'll tell you what, Dave, it's going to be awful embarrassing for Fox News and NBC to make a call with 2.5 hours of polls open for the House if they don't win. They may win. The Republicans may win by 4 or 5 seats. They haven't won it yet. They have not won it yet. No way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm counting about the same amount of seats out west.
Yep.
I'm counting about the same amount of seats. Michigan. Well, it looks like they've called all the houses. Sean Duffy called. Jack Bergman called. Mike Gallagher called. Glenn Grotham called. Sensenbrenner called. Brian Steele called. Are those the sheets, the ones that you thought weren't called?
Yep.
They're all called. It's 155, 153. Hold on. It's 155, 153. They have not won yet.
Well, as I said,
I count about the same amount of counties out west. About the same amount of counties out west that are red, and we don't even know what these are. There's nothing even reporting yet. How can they even know? There's not even anything reporting, not even a hint. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that haven't reported at all. And Alaska, that's probably going to go red. Don't you think?
Yeah.
So Alaska's probably going to go Republican. Hawaii, the People's Republic of Hawaii, is probably going to go Democrat. Well, what a story. Holy cow. Intrigue, lying, cheating, Fox News. Ooh, lying and cheating in the same sentence as Fox News. Oh, Nancy Pelosi is speaking. Holy cow. She's...
The Assistant Leader, Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina.
Here, hold on.
So, let's assume they're all distinguished. Bobby Scott of Virginia. And Eshu of California. DK Butterfield of North Carolina.
Well, she's making her victory speech. Wow.
Yep.
That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Well, I was well. If that holds, I'm wrong. If that,
Well, I
if
think they did everything in their power as a last-ditch effort to get the House back. And now you'll have Maxine Waters in charge of the Financial Services Committee, and Pelosi Speaker of the House, and Adam Schiff in charge of the Intelligence Committee. And their objectives are to impeach Trump and to impeach Kavanaugh. And the bottom line is that there's all these problems in the world, there's all these problems in our country, and they're going to ignore them because they're going to go on a revenge campaign.
wow. I want to see the final take, though. I don't mean to sound like I'm in disbelief, but I am. It's 154 to 155 is how they're counting them. I don't understand how they can count them all. How many seats do they have? If they won, how many do they have? They won't say.
Well, I think what they're counting on is they're going to clean up on the West Coast after they implemented their plan through Fox.
I don't understand how many seats do they have.
That I don't know, Greg.
Gillum conceded.
And the Republican won in Ohio, which they say, well, that holds the seat for the Republicans. I consider that a flip because Kasich was the governor of Florida.
That's right.
Of Ohio, and he is anything but a conservative Republican.
That's right.
He was a globalist, so I consider that a flip.
Yeah. And it looks like they got 4 Senate seats. If you count Florida, Missouri, Indiana, and North Dakota.
Yeah, and obviously we held Texas. Well, I think we'll hold Arizona. Might pick up in Nevada and might pick up in Montana.
Oh, that's right. Let's see what Nevada's doing. Well, House estimate 230 to 205. I don't understand that. Dems win control. Estimate plus or minus 8. So I guess they won. I guess they're projecting they're going to win. Is that right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there you go. They can't impeach Trump, you know. The Senate will never go along with it. Wow. Get ready for the crazy.
It's about to heat up.
Oh, my. Wow.
All right, I'll let you continue with your live feed.
Well, I think I'm going to go ahead, and I think I'm just about done for the night. I think I'm going to shut it down, and because it's going to be early in the morning before we get a final total.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, Dave.
Oh, thanks for everything you do, Greg. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you'll be the guest for the early Sunday release, my friend.
That's great. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, thanks for being on. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye. Well. That's, I'm surprised they didn't hang on. I'm surprised they called it that early. You heard Dave Janda saying it was basically a suppression scheme, calling it with the polls open in California for 2.5 hours roughly. It just seems that they called it pretty early. I'm gonna come back here to me. I'm gonna put myself up in the screen. I'm gonna wrap up my my broadcast here in just a second here with a few last things. Dave Janda is going to be the guest for the early Sunday release. I'm going to come over here to the thing. I guess they think they're going to clean up. I don't know how they can call that. It still looks pretty wide open to me. They don't know what the number of seats are. If they won, what's the number of seats? What do they have? NBC News is projecting plus or minus 8. Well, let's add 8 to 205. That's 213. So they're going to win narrowly. I don't know. I think it's still too close to call. I really think it's too close to call. If you look at the map out here, if you look at the map here and you look at the, they're saying the House is 156 to 157 is what they have. The AP. This is the AP. They're already taking a victory lap, and I don't think the votes are in. There's 1, 2, 3 districts in Nevada that are not in. There's a district here that hasn't been called, a district here. These have not actually been called, but they look like they're going to lean. It's about the same amount of House seats out west that's already been called. There's 1, 2, 3, and not totally because they're light blue, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, yeah, here are the ones that haven't been called. Well, here are the ones out west. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Montana flipped. Oh, my gosh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About the same amount. I don't understand how they know that the Republicans have lost. I don't understand that. I do not understand that, how they made that projection. But I guess they have. I mean, if you look out here, I mean, it's, and then plus there's no reporting here, but they're projecting that the Republicans are going to lose the House, and they're going to pick up, I think, 4 in the Senate. I think McSally's going to win and keep that seat. That was John McCain's seat. I think that's going to be saved. That was flipped, although they're not calling it here in the AP poll. I think Florida lost. Gillum lost the governorship in Florida. That was a big pie in the face for the Democrats. Cruz beat Beto, the rock star they kept saying, and I guess he fell on his drum set and stuck a drumstick in his ear. Ted wins Texas, and they spent millions. Oh my gosh, I want to say they spent $40 or $50 million there. Holy smokes, they spent a lot of money. Well, I tell you, I'm not conceding that the House is flipped just yet. Even though this is the first time they've led the Democrats, it's close. I don't understand how they can call it with this many open seats and this many, with so many things that aren't reported. There's no reporting here, no reporting here, no reporting here, no reporting here. About the same amount of blue uncalled districts or about the same amount of red uncalled districts. And you know what? Senate seat, I said Tester would lose. There's only 23% reporting and 7.5%. I'm not sure they're not going to pick up 5. I think McSally will end up holding this, even though it's a slim margin, with 16% of the precincts in. So I don't know, folks. I don't know. I don't see how they can make that call with that many people, with that many districts that are not done. So, but that's about it. I think I'm going to wrap it up because we could be here all night. It looks like there's going to be a lot of Italian before it's all over. I don't hear the Republicans conceding. I don't know. I mean, I think they're out there awful early in the evening with so many places, at least according to the AP, that are not decided. But what do I know? So anyway, that's going to be, this is, I'm not going to have anything on for tomorrow, the Tuesday. I don't have an interview for tomorrow. I put a lot of time and effort into doing this. Hold on, let me see if I can get Nick. Hold on just a minute. That's somebody else. Hold on. You know what? Tell you what. Hold on. Let's see if we can get, Bo Pony on the phone. Bo Pony says there's going to be a big change coming up. Let's just see if we can get him on the phone. Hold on, I haven't had him on for months. Bo Pony, hold on before you say anything. I want to know if I can put you on the air.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, hold on. So you're going to be on the air live on my live stream. Bo Pony, gold2020.com. You made a couple of bad calls with the gold, but you made some big calls with Bitcoin, and you made some also good coins with gold. Good call with gold, saying the bottom was 1045. This was in 2015 or 16, and it never fell below there. What's your take on them saying that that the Republicans have lost the House? I think it's too early to tell, but what do I know? What's your take on this?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here the next couple of days, because basically what we're setting up for is a massive stock plunge. So I don't know how this all ties in, but we'll have to see what happens. I think the possibility, let me just pull something up. But if they lose the House, right now it's like back to, as you're watching, it's really close. So we'll have to see what happens. But
well, Nancy Pelosi's already done a victory lap. She's already.
Yeah, I know. But remember, California is not even 9 o'clock right now. So it's 10. We got another 10 minutes before the polls close here yet. They close at 9 o'clock, I believe.
Oh my God! So how did Fox News and NBC? Fox News called this at 8:40 something, just before 9 o'clock Eastern time. How could they? They're trying to rig the election. Fox News. How could you know that?
Greg, it's like 9/11. They had videos before the planes even hit the building. You know, it's just you know how this goes. It's how the game plays. It's how they play the game. You know, they've got it all pre-federated.
I got to tell you, I'm not biting down on the. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put. Hold on. I'm gonna say that I'm not biting down on this idea that the Democrats have won. I mean, I got 160. AP is reporting 160 to 159. And then these counties in Southern California are coming in red. Duncan Hutter looks like he's going to win. Ken Calvert looks like he's going to win. These are all looking. Paul Cook looks like he's going to win. There's as many counties out here in California, out west, as by the coastline. It's about the same. It's going to be about a wash in the House. And up here in Oregon, they're already calling this guy one. This is one. This is one. There's 1, 2, 3 that haven't been called. There's 1, 2 in California. 1, 2, 3, 4 blue. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that haven't been called. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that haven't been called. I don't see how they've. Now the Republicans are up. I'm not sure that they've won. I'm not sure that the House has been lost for the Republicans just yet. And when did the polls close?
It's close.
Wait. When did the polls close out in California?
No, they close at 9, don't they? Because it's only 8. It's 10 to 9 right now here in California.
Well, it's midnight on the East Coast. How can they call this race when the polls are still open?
I understand that. It's crazy. And there's still a third of the House still available up for grabs. Right now I'm looking at 161 on the Republicans and 160 on Democrats.
That's what I'm looking at. 163 Democrats, 162 Republicans. I'm not so sure that this is. How can they call this already? I don't understand. In Montana, I thought was going to go for the test for the Republican, the Democrat, but in the House. But it looks like the state's one big seat for district for House. But I'm thinking that that's not a done deal. Tester's 25% in. He's only up by 7% now. I'm not so sure Tester's going to hold on to the seat. And I do not see how they could have called the House already. I don't see how they could have done it. But what you're projecting what? You're projecting a big takedown, a big inflection point? Is that what you're projecting? Tell me what you're projecting.
Now, what the charts are showing, what the chart patterns are showing, the cycles are pointing to that today is an inflection point for our world. Everything changes starting like now, which means that give or take a few trading days, the market should have a little bounce right now, like this equity market, stock markets, into like next few days, and then they turn, and then we start leading into a massive plunge into month end, into early December. So all hell's supposed to break loose, and I think it's because the globalists lose, and this is going to be their last attempt to take down Trump and what he's doing. So they're going to try to discredit, or they're going to try to do something with with his good economy that he's created. But and then I don't be surprised if by month end, early December, we might see some military conflict start to go down, because I think it's going to be directly related to the dollar. And so, all paper assets, gold, and which are, gold is not a paper asset, gold, silver, the cryptocurrencies, so of an inflection point, we're literally sitting at an inflection point. I have had this point on the cycle charts for the cryptocurrencies for the past 5 months, that everything turns on the 6th, which is here. So, so you remember when Trump got elected, the stock market took a massive shot to the upside?
Yes.
2 years ago? Okay, so everyone's expecting the same thing to happen, but the opposite's going to happen, because this time the markets are going to fall shortly after. It's shortly after, and I'm talking about this month, but what goes up is not the equity markets, but it's the hard assets, precious metals, and the alts and the cryptocurrencies. So it's a massive inflection point. So whatever the outcome is, all I know is that it's pointing to it's going to be about a week of uncertainty, if I can use that word. So for the next week, there will be uncertainty in the market. So it's just going to kind of sit there, and then in about a week from now, everything starts to roll over and change. So it's going to by the end of November, everything will be crystal clear as to what's going on. Let's just put it that way. So something goes down very, very soon. So this is a critical inflection point for our world here and now, and everything that that we're sitting at today, the belief that we think is a hard is an asset like equities and stuff. Everything changes. So whatever the outcome is of this election, it's going to be crazy, because the outcome within by tomorrow to the next day, we're going to start seeing what really happened, and I believe it's not going to be good for the Democrats. And ultimately, they're going to, the globalists will end up attacking the equity markets, the stock markets, and we're going to see a massive plunge. But I think, you and I talked a while ago too, and that's going to be directly related to the U.S. dollar as well too. So something big is about to go down. And so people need to listen. Here's just aside from they see the craziness going on in the election today. It's just Trump holds an election, and so think about it, Greg. 40,000 people, they pack every single seat. There's 40,000 people outside trying to get in, and we're sitting here watching these results as if they're even close. Are you kidding me? How is this even close?
Yeah, I know.
Who's voting for the Democrats unless they've got every second machine rigged? Seriously.
It looks like, I'll tell you, Florida was a huge story tonight. Rick Scott won the seat from Nelson, and Gullum has capitulated, and DeSantis has won, and they spent millions. And what about the rock star Beto? He got a PIO in the face-o. I tell you, the House, if the Democrats going to act like children and go crazy, it may end up helping Donald Trump. I mean, right now, now it shows the House is 167 for Democrats and 164 for Republicans. I'm not sure. I'm not buying the Democrats have won yet. I'm not buying it.
There's a total of 435 seats.
Correct.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Well, neck and neck. But honestly, I just seriously, who is voting for Democrats? Really? Aside from maybe 10% of the population. unless every second machine is rigged, like I just can't see it. So you're telling me that when Obama showed up, or when Oprah Winfrey showed up, there was 40, 50, 60,000 people in the stands? No, there's probably what, 3,000, 4,000, maybe 1,000. Like really? So you got to think about that, Greg. Trump, every rally he had, there's thousands. Every seat was filled. Thousands of people.
Dude,
and we're about a close race here. Come on.
Dude, right now at the this is Bold Pony for a Gold 20. Is it Gold 2020?
Yes.
Okay, Gold 2020. Bold Pony's on the phone right now. He's out in California, and the polls evidently are just closing now. Is that right?
Yes, because they closed at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, they got 4 minutes from closing. They were rigging the election, Fox News and NBC. And right now, the way they got it right now, I've got, okay, hold on. So right now I've got MSN and they got the AP. This is the AP, okay? The AP has not called this for the Democrats, incidentally. Okay, so this is the AP right here. See this, folks? Right here, AP. And it's 167 to 164. Okay, so the Democrats have a 3-seat lead right now. 167 plus 164 equals, that's 331. They still have 150 seats open, but roughly. 131.
Yeah.
Okay, 435, 331. So 435 minus 331 equals 104 seats. There's still 104 seats to be decided. I don't understand how they can call that.
Yeah, I think we might be shocked, but I think by the time we wake up in the morning, we might be shocked what happens.
Listen, I'm not calling it for the Democrats yet. I'm sorry. I think this is a psyop. Nancy Pelosi is giving a victory speech, and it's not over. She gave a victory speech, and the polls were still open by 30 minutes. How could you know that you won or not? Okay, now these two seats came in. They look like they're... Juan Vargas is up by 32 points, so only 11% reporting. Paul Ruiz is up by 12 points with 21% reporting. Okay. Duncan Hunter looks like is winning his with 8% margin and 35% reporting. Calvin King, he's up 25 points with 21% reporting. There is there's only a 3-seat lead according to the AP right now. There's still 100 seats open.
I'm telling you, I think by morning we might be shocked what happens in California. I think California is always we've typically gone blue, but I wouldn't be surprised if California goes red and we have
Well, here are all the ones leaning red. You got the ones leaning red are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, the ones leaning blue that aren't, there's only one decided. That's, I guess, the one up in House District 2 in California. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there might be a 4 to 12, 4 to 13 there, but Montana may go red. Idaho with its 2 districts will probably go red. I don't understand how they can do. They haven't called those yet, though. Maybe they've done the math and they say, okay, here's what we think what's going to happen. I don't know.
Yeah, honestly, Greg, it's a tough call. This is just one of these where you sit on your hands, and at this point, we've done all we can. The polls just closed here in California. Now we just sit and wait to see what happens by morning. But I believe we are in biblical times, and I think we're going to see. I think we're going to be shocked. Regardless of whatever happens, I still know that at the end of the day, by the end of the month, we're going to see chaos unfold, and and those who have prepared are going to be very, very happy. But it's just I think it's whatever's setting up. It's setting up for this being a pivotal point in our world where everything changes, where we're going to see the cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, start to move up and never look back. gold and silver, same thing. Look up, never look back. By the end of November, you'll see what I'm describing, but we're going to see the pattern start to blow up vertically, and these paper assets start to fall apart. So I think what happens here at these elections, I think, the globalists and people that are trying to rig the world, they have some problems, and they're going to get caught in the lies. And I think they're going to get caught up in the lies the next week, and there's going to be a lot of problems. And in the end, Trump's going to come out victorious here. So I think it's going to be very exciting, and I think we'll see a lot of excitement here within the next week. So,
and you think gold? Where do you think your price target is for gold?
my price target for gold.
Yeah, you're near by the end of the year.
Let me just say silver. I did a video for silver yesterday.
Hold on, say it again. You did a video where?
I uploaded it yesterday. What did I title it? It was uploaded yesterday on YouTube, and here it's yeah. So the title of the video is basically "Silver Limit Up," and I describe basically what that means when you lose control of something, which is basically because gold and silver have been controlled for so many years. Silver's supposed to lose. They're supposed to lose control of silver, and I believe it's going to happen as the markets plunge near the end of this month and into December. So when the markets lose control, gold's going to go vertical. And so, the people who buy silver, the target for silver in the year 2021, okay, which is not far away, but two years-ish away, 1920, 3 years away, we're looking at $600 silver, which would probably equate to, $10,000, $20,000 gold. So we're looking at some very, very, very large price targets, and not too far away. So, but this right here, this is the turning point. So, like the 7 years of price suppression is going to end up being a base for the next explosive move that takes us into the year 2021 for precious metals. So, people who buy here and they hold for the next 3 years will make fortunes. That's really what's about to happen. And same with Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. So go watch the video. It's on my YouTube channel, Gold 2020 Forecast. It just uploaded yesterday. I think it's got like 20,000 views on it already. But it's a well done video. But it describes that we live in biblical times, and we're watching it happen. We're watching this incredible stuff happen right in front of us, right here, right now, and it's going to be very, very, very crazy what happens here within the next 3 weeks. So whatever happens, I'm not too concerned, because I think by the time we wake up in the morning, I think we might be all shocked, how this all plays out.
Bo Pony, Gold 2020, Bo Pony, thanks for joining us on my little live podcast thing.
I really appreciate what you do, and Dr. Jan is really a pleasure to listen to as well. So really an awesome job tonight. I really appreciate you doing this, and it's getting late up on the East Coast, and you're still going strong. Proud of you, man. You're a hard worker.
Well, I'm telling you, what they polled Fox News and NBC by calling it 2.5 hours ago for the House is evil. That's not even. That's evil.
Yeah, but it's just they have they've got these videos preset half the time, and then by mistake they run it too soon by an hour or two sometimes. And that's how what does Shakespeare say? All the world is stage by an hour or two sometimes. And that's how what does Shakespeare say?
Hold on, let me get rid of this. Dude, I gotta tell you, we're gonna have. What do you think gold will hit 22,000 an ounce again? When do you think that'll happen?
Well, let's just say if the Dow hits 20,000 this month, that will be the trigger for gold for them to lose control. So I'm expecting the Dow could hit 20,000 in the next 4 to 6 weeks. So by latest middle of December, and it could be earlier, it could be in November. So if the Dow hits that, that'll be a massive plunge, and then that's going to be the trigger where we go limit up on the precious metals. So we could, as early as this December, be at new all-time highs for gold. As crazy as that sounds, and latest would be March of next year. But I'm hoping for this year, because then by next year we could be even 3,000 plus. So let's fingers crossed and all that. But today, this point in time is a turning point for precious metals. and we're supposed to be, we're not going to look back anymore after today. The precious metals start to slowly work their way higher, and then one day we're just going to wake up and it's going to explode.
And
So,
you,
I hope that.
and you think, we
And I
will.
do hope we have that explosion this month, though. And it could be in December, but I'm hoping for this month yet. So we are close if this is going to go down. Go ahead, Grant.
When you do hit your 2,000 back to where it hits the all-time high again, will you come back on?
Yeah, absolutely. And, gold's never going to go down again. They've just been suppressing the price for 7 years to not let it go up. That's the thing. The bottom is the mathematical calculation in the year December of 2015. I called it a month before it happened. I knew the day it was going to happen because of the mathematical calculation, and God bless it, it did work out that way, and I nailed the bottom to the day. But the problem is that it's been manipulated for 3 years, and every time it goes up, they keep bringing it down. So, again, because they can print derivative contracts to control the price, right? So the gold market isn't a market. It's basically been manipulated for 3 years, or actually even 6 to 7 years. But the point is, gold in theory should be in the thousands of dollars right now, but because they can print money from thin air, they're controlling the price using derivatives. But the point is, this is supposed to blow up. And it's supposed to blow up potentially this before year end, and as early as late this month into early December. So we're supposed to see the derivative problem, massive financial problem, especially when the stock markets plunge and the dollar goes with it. That's going to be a massive problem for the world because paper becomes questionable. People are going to lose faith in this paper game, and they're going to run very, very quick to precious metals. So I'm really hoping that we see that sooner rather than later, and I really hope that you and I'll be talking and and smiling and dancing before year end. With, new.
Well, I am going to have you on. I've told other people I was going to have you on. I've quoted you several times in my weekly news wrap up, and I'll tell you what. I'm sitting here watching the live comments. It's unbelievable. Listen, I'm going to go. I will call you back. I'll call you. I will call you later. Somebody's telling me to give a call to Manarino. I'm going to do that. You take it easy, Bo. You're a good man, and I appreciate it. And again, Bo Polney, Gold 2020. You'll be back on in the next few months. Thanks so much. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, folks. I am going to make one more call. I'm going to make a call to the Manarino man. It's now the Democrats are up by 10 seats, according to the AP. I'm going to go ahead and we're just going to ride this out for a little bit. How about that? I'm going to put myself up in the corner. I'm going to call Manarino. Let's see if I can get him. I call Manarino 3-4 times a day. Sometimes. I talk to him almost every day. He probably knows I'm going to call. Manarino, I'm going to call your house phone. He's probably watching this right now. I didn't tell him I was going to call him, but so let's call him and see what he has to say. Let's see what Manarino has to say. Greg Manarino, one of the stars here. Okay, hold on. Greg Manarino. Hold on a minute. Let's see if we get Manarino on the phone. Hopefully you guys can hear this. If you guys are writing comments. Okay, hold on. Before you say anything, I want to put you on live. Can I put you on live?
Oh, I'm not dressed or anything.
Yeah. No, I want you to talk. I want you to talk live. Will you agree to be on live?
Yeah, you want to put me on the phone, you mean?
Yeah, no, right now. I got you on. Okay, listen, I'm holding the phone up to the speaker. I've got you. What's your take on this deal? I think I had Dave Janda on, and he said these weasels were just weasels by calling the election to try to suppress the election. Right now, it's looking like, what is it looking like? 178. Let me maybe frame this up a little better. There we go. Democrats right here, 178 right now in the House. That's what they've won already, and 168 for Republicans. I don't know how they could call this so early. I don't know how they could call it. What do you think about that? Fox News called it before 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Bo Pony says the polls in California stayed open till 9. So 2.5 hours and unbelievable. And why is there no reporting? I'm looking at Nevada. All right? I'm looking at Nevada. And I want to ask you, why you live in Las Vegas, all right?
Yeah.
Why is there no reporting in Nevada? What's going on in Nevada?
I don't know, but I can see the scenario that's unfolding here. we spoke about it. I think it was priced into the market already. That's why the futures are higher right now. We had one losing scenario for the markets. I look at everything through the lens of the markets. You know that, Greg. I mean, that's how I live. But I'm really not surprised to see this. And tomorrow is going to be even more fun. I think watching what's going to come out of everyone's mouth and blame going around. But look, all in all, I think this is a good thing for us here. We still got the Senate. I think it's a lock. I told everyone on my video blog that was the way it was going to go, and hopefully things will get better for us. That's all I can say, honestly.
So you think the market's going to go up tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I told everyone on Sunday how this whole week would play out. I told everyone that this was bullish. There was only one bearish scenario for the market, and that was if there was a quote unquote blue wave across. I said that wasn't going to happen. But this was priced in here into the market. From I would say over the last couple of weeks. So that's the only reason why we saw the market gain today. We saw the market gain yesterday. I think there's going to be more than likely will be a relief rally tomorrow. And we'll see. Again, we've got to keep our eye on the 10-year yield. We've got to watch the dollar. Huge. We don't want to see that dollar. I think geopolitical events are cooling off a little bit. That means the dollar will get weaker. As long as the 10-year yield doesn't vault higher, this is all bullish for the stock market right now. I mean, it's all fake. It's all rigged. It's all twisted. We all know that. We're going to hit a wall at Mach speed, no doubt about it. But for now, it's a bullish scenario.
Can you tell me why there's no reporting in Nevada?
I wish I could tell you that, Greg. I don't know. We were trying to watch it myself, Lorraine and I. And, so I think the polls are still open, right? No, when did they close? I don't know. The polls closed. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
Are you watching this with all the comments on the side? Tommy Leaf, Greg Manarino is cool. Numi's dad, markets overpriced by double. Well, that's talking about you, talking about repricing the market. Tippin' Turtle, yeah. Call Mark. I don't know Mark who. My porno went up today. I don't understand that. Don't worry, secret indictments gonna clean house. Hey, Greg Manarino. I mean, there's just all these comments are just rolling on so fast. Rigged machines.
You know what? I think people love the Greg and Greg show. I love being on your show. I love you.
Greg, you rock. You're talking about you, buddy. Greg Manarino is very cool. Yes, of course he is. We love Greg. Greg is lovely. Stephen Moore, Greg. He's talking about you, man, not me. I'm just like Ed Sullivan. No talent, but I have a stage. John Travaros, Greg and Greg. Texas Surf. Look at Iowa. I can't even read them. Still, they're coming on so fast. Unbelievable. Wow. This is great. This is great. Do I have a donate button here anywhere? I don't know if I do. Do I? Oh, shoot. I don't know. If you guys want to donate, you like this stuff, you can go over to usawatchdog.com. Here, hold on. Yeah. Go over here. Let me go over here. Let me just hit this because I haven't even asked for any money the whole time I've been here.
I can't believe you're on there, Greg. 3 hours.
I know. Hold on. I've been talking. At least I'm not hoarse yet. Hold on. Oh, how about this? Will that give me something? Hold on. Let me. What am I doing? Come on. Oh well. Shoot. Well, usawatchdog.com. What is this? Do you want? No, I don't. Cancel that. Hold on. Let me see here. Let me see if I even have my own. I don't even have my own website. My favorites. They're already saying Pelosi. Drudge is reporting 210 to 186. Dems take House by 34. Holy cow.
But I don't think that's a big deal. This is, like I said, I think this is common knowledge. It's priced into the market. The market's kind of, there's a lot of money here, and there's a lot of money. Probably $1 trillion on this election here. So the market had to get it right, and I kind of looked at it that way myself.
Well, the bookies got it wrong.
What's that?
The bookies got it wrong. Here's what I wanted to show people. I got a donate button right here, folks. If you go to usawatchdog.com, donate. And then I have, PayPal and snail mail. I've got a snail mail address, just to let people know that. If you look right here, it's, here's. I don't even have any. You know what? I don't even have any way for people to donate. I don't know if I had it even monetized. This whole thing wasn't even monetized. I don't think. Oh well, I don't care. I thought it was a historic thing. But this is how you donate to USA Watchdog. You go to this donation button, this black bar, and if you want, you can give me a little money or whatever. Or you not? I did it for free. I wanted to be on because I wanted to do this. But Greg, I want to thank you for coming on. What do you think's coming on the next few days here with the markets? You think it's going to go way up?
I don't know about way up, but I think we're probably going to get a relief rally tomorrow. But again, we've got to watch the bond. Look, this is huge. Yeah, this is big, and we're probably going to get a relief rally. But if we see the bond market for some reason, because it's in a bubble, the biggest bubble in the world, if it starts to sell off and that dollar isn't falling, we're in a lot of trouble. There's no doubt. Look, this market's on a nice edge, man. Anything can knock it off. I'm just trading the market I have. It's fake. It's not real. But that's it. I mean, for now, it is what it is.
Everybody's reporting the Dems have won the House. Like I said, I'm not surprised at all. I've been talking. I've been talking about this for a long time. We even talked about it. But look, it is what it is, man. We'll see. Hey, Paul Ryan, you did it. You turned the House. Remember I told you. I said this on my weekly news wrap up that Paul Ryan, if he could, would flip the House to the Democrats if he could. Remember I told you that? Here, let's just add up the 39 uncontested seats. Let's just add this up real quick. So they're going to have 210. So let's clear this. Let's just add this up. 210 plus 39 equals 249. Oh wait. Yeah. I'm sorry. They had what they had before. They take by 30. Oh, the Dems take 34. Okay. But he left 39 seats uncontested, with the Democrats just giving the seats. So hey, they won by 34. Wow. Imagine that happening. Imagine that happening. Trump, little Eddie Munster here did his job for the globalist. He did it. You did it, Eddie Munster. That's why you're stepping down, so you could flip the House to the Democrats. You did it. You did it. What a little weasel. No walls for Trump or us as voters. And now we're not going to get a wall because she's going to be in charge of the House. So they won't appropriate the money. So that's over. So he's flipped the House, Mr. I got a wall around my house. I'm going to take my $10 million and go. And I'm going to go to work for the Koch brothers and the globalists so I can undermine America. Good job, Paul. Good job, Eddie. Eddie Munster. You think it's going to go up from here. So everybody's reporting that they won.
Yeah.
Dems poised to slam Trump with subpoenas now. Look at this. Yeah, unbelievable.
But still, even with the Republicans holding the Senate, nothing's going to go anywhere. I mean, we're going to have, unfortunately, this is what's going to happen, Greg. Now we have a divided Congress here. This is going to make things a lot harder to get moving. Unfortunately, it is what it is, man. It is what it is, unfortunately. And we'll be okay. America will survive this.
Wow, this is a huge. I got caught flat. I was wrong on this. I got to tell you, mea culpa. I thought the Republicans would hold the House by 3, 4, 5, 6 single digits. I thought they'd get 7 in the Senate. I think they're going to end up getting 4 or 5. I was right about that. But it's unbelievable. Wow.
Well, you know what, Craig? Why don't we get we'll do a little show together in a few days or so, and we'll go over all this.
Deborah Watson says the Nevada people are still waiting in line. How does a drudge know what the number is? Hold on. How do they know that? That should equal 435, right? How do they know that?
I think they're probably taking into consideration. They're obviously making projections based on
210. Let's see. Hold on. Plus, just stay with me. 210 plus 188 equals 398. Well, that means there's still 435. So that means there's 37 seats unaccounted for. And they're saying that Dems take the House by 34. How? There's only 210 and 188 equals, by my math, 398. How can they say that? What kind of a psyop is this? That equals 438.
What is it? What is it, a psyop, Greg? You know, like I said, everything is not real. So just realize, let's just realize it's all fake, and we got to deal with what we got.
People must be watching this on their smartphones because one lady writes in, "We're still standing in line in Nevada."
Oh no, they are. They're still online because they close the polls at 7. But if you're online, you still get to vote.
Low IQ gave Matt Drudge that number 34. Duh. I don't understand how the psyop is working here. That's the 398. They're missing 37 seats. What? I mean, what kind of a psyop is this? I don't understand this. Let's go back here to the AP. Maybe the AP is going to actually... They only got him up by 10. They've only got him up by 10.
The stock futures are still pretty darn good. So.
I know, but here's Nevada. They don't have any reporting from 3 House seats. Oh my gosh, this is still in the pink. And now this guy leads by 4, and this is supposed to be a blue state.
Okay.
Here's the Senate. And now Tester's only up by 4. I think it's going to be 5. I think it's going to be Florida, which they still haven't called. Florida, Missouri, they've called it. Indiana, they've called it. And North Dakota, they've called it. I don't know if Tester's going to hold on to this seat. It's going to be 5 seats. I think McSally's going to hold on here. She's got a narrow lead in the People's Republic of Arizona with the communist Seneca, whatever her name is. Dianne Feinstein leads here. That's not a surprise. But I don't know, man. I don't know how they can do that. I got tons of people. Mockingbird End. Go Mizzou, Steve Moore. Yeah, hooray, hurrah, Mizzou. Hooray, hurrah, Mizzou. Tigers. Didn't know I knew that, did you? I'll tell you, the people at Missouri that do that hunt people, they should hunt people down for a living. I've lived in, 4 states, and they've hunted me down everywhere I go. Julian Assange, where art thou? Black Swan, haven't paid attention to Drudge in years. Just part of the false left-right paradigm. You could be, Black Swan, you could be right. Girl, have faith. Yes, ma'am, have faith, fear not. Red, California, yes, they're cheating you people out there with all that voter fraud. New York Times has 180D to what? I didn't see that. Wish I could stop that. Hold on, maybe I can stop that. Let's go back. Where's New York Times? Here, hold on. Oh, good. Oh, I can stop it. Oh, it's rolling on. Holy cow. Hold on. Are you seeing this? Red California. New York Times has it 180 Democrat to 170 right now. I'm telling you what, I don't believe it. I don't. Now it's 182 to 172. I'm sorry. I think this is a psyop. I mean, Nancy Pelosi was accepting the gavel, while she's, while the polls are still open in California. Bo Pony's telling me the polls are still open. Are you in Rocky Mountain time in Nevada, or are you in Pacific time?
No, I'm Pacific.
You're in Pacific. Oh, you changed to, okay, you go back. So when daylight saving times happen, you're in Rocky Mountain, and when, because you don't save the daylight, right?
I got 9, it's 9:23 exactly where I am right now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, look,
I'm in denial. I am in denial. I'm in denial because I don't know how they can come up with the.
I wouldn't say it's denial. It's, it is what it is, man.
Fishman says I'm in denial. I'm not in denial. I would not report something until everything was cast. I mean, we don't have it. We don't have the Texas Eastern this year. Will Hurd. The southern part of New Mexico too. That's not. Montana's not. Idaho in both districts. No. There's nothing reported in Nevada. They're not really in. They're not done yet. I don't see how they can do this. But I mean, I don't know. Well, whatever. Hawaii, I think that's probably, it's one district. Hawaii is one district, and Hawaii is one district. They say it's blue. I buy that. But I think Alaska's going to cancel out Hawaii. That's red, that's blue. It's 182 Democrats, 173 Republicans. But you think no matter what, the stock market's going to go up from here?
Well, I think if it's priced in, and let's say, for example, what was priced into the market was the Democrats taking the House and the Republicans keeping the Senate. That would be stock market positive because it's priced in. The next scenario would have been if we would have kept both the House and the Senate, that would have been also bullish. The only bearish scenario was if the Democrats took everything, which I thought was very unlikely. But this is the scenario I've been telling everyone what was going to happen. I told everyone this was it, and this is where it's going. And and again, it's priced into the market, so the market is not a shock. So the market will probably get a relief rally tomorrow, more than likely. Stock futures are up triple digits right now. I'm looking at it as I'm on the phone. And again, it's we'll just see how this play out. The geopolitical events might weigh in this market. The 10-year yield, the debt market, the biggest bubble in the history of the world. It's an incredible thing, but we'll just see what happens.
All right, pal, you're my buddy. Thanks for being on. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being on. Thanks for coming on, Greg Manarino. Greg Manarino, TradersChoice.net. Thanks for coming on.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. Let me call some of my friends. This has been actually kind of fun. I want to kind of put myself in the window here and say, now we have 184 Democrats, 173 Republican. I got some of the Beach Girl. It's a psyop. How else could MSNBC have shown Florida election results final by a mistake on TV last night? Bogus fiat called Big Swear. Evolution Consulting. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Evolution Consulting. Let's read this. Oh, shoot. Can't. It's going so dang fast. I can't stop it. Shoot. Scott Blankenship. Face it. Everyone literally begged Mark Taylor to tell them Red Wave was coming and had no prophecy to say so, but prognosticated it personally, saying that it's still not over. Okay? All righty. Well, Mark Taylor's a good man. You know what? Speaking of Mark Taylor, let's see if I can get him on the phone at 12:28. I don't know if I can. He's probably sleeping. Okay, well, probably won't. He's 12:28. It's kind of rude. I won't do that. Greg, please phone Alex Jones. I don't know Alex Jones's phone number. I've tried to get Alex Jones on many times, and he just hasn't. They haven't responded. So maybe I'm just too small of a guy for him. But I like Alex Jones, and I like InfoWars. Please, Gerald Salente, Big Swear, Rod Paul. Well, it's it's kind of late. It's past midnight here on the East Coast. Same old election based on stock market, not the future of America. Cliff High is shrooming. Alex Jones, Cliff High, Mark Taylor. I don't know. Maybe let's see if I can call him. I don't know if he's going to answer the phone. He probably won't, but I'll see what I can. See if I can. I don't know if I can or not. Hold on. Let's see. He's up. He's got to be up. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can get a hold of Mark Taylor. Hold on. Please call. He's got his phone off. So there you go. Lots of people on here. I call Mike Maloney. I don't have his number. Well, thank you for bogus fiat. I rock. Thank you. Or maybe it's Greg Manarino. Carlos Lara, call me. This is so funny. Greg, you're awesome. Peter Schiff. Just a ton of comments. My gosh, there's just a ton of comments rolling on at such high speed. Call Cliff High. I think I can stop it right here. Stop it. There you go. I think I can take control of this. Yeah. Call Beto. Yeah, the rock star. Beto. It's just really unbelievable. It's just really unbelievable. Mark Taylor, not the only one, said red wave. We got a pretty big red wave. I mean, the Senate was pretty good. It's 185 Democrat here. They're changing. This is the AP again. Oops, hold on. They're updating their board here. It's the Senate. They still haven't called these Senate races, which they ought to. At least AP hasn't. Let's go to the House here. Come on. Let's go here. Come on. Let's go right here. Hold on just a minute. No, I don't think so. Well, I got the my computer frozen. Let's see here. Comments are just rolling on. Here we go. Oh, it's frozen because they're changing it. Okay, here we go. We're back to the House. 185, 174 is what the AP has over here. Hold on, let me turn this down just a tad. I got to turn the sounds down. And folks, I am a bit surprised that they called it so early. I'm not going to be so surprised that the Democrats couldn't have won. I am surprised that they called it this early with so many polls open in the West Coast. I am surprised about that. I got to tell you, I'm surprised that they called it with so many polls open all the way out here in the West Coast. If you look out here in the West Coast, I mean, this is, there's 3 districts right here. Boom, boom, boom. They don't have this called. They don't have this. None of these are actually called in the totals yet. They got a bunch of these called out here, but these aren't all called either. And there's about as many pink as light blue not called. I don't know. Martha McSally still leads. She's up. She's got 47,000 leads. You got a pretty good lead. Looks like she's going to win. She's going to hold that seat that McCain, some people call him McStain, she's going to hold that seat. And the governorships, they have finally called this. They finally called the governorship. So I don't know. I got to tell you, it's I'm almost wanting to kind of just stay here until the House, until it finishes up. It's 185 Democrat, 175 Republican. If you just fill it out here real quick, if you get this real quick, you have, what do you have? 1, 8. Shoot. Hold on, I'm getting a little kind of 1, 8, 5. Plus 175 equals, that equals 360. Wow. Let's get that again. This is AP. 185 plus 175 equals, that's not 266. I don't have enough light here, I'm sorry. 185 hold on. I can't pitch one. I'm tired. 85 plus 175 equals 360. That, we still have 75 seats open. So people are very kind to come on and say, Greg, you rock. Call me. It's so funny. We come down here. Some of the things. It's coming on so fast. These folks are coming on so fast that I can't hardly even read them. They're coming on so fast. The comments are just unbelievable. Call Beto, the rock star. Yeah, he fell on his drum set, punctured himself with his drumsticks. I donated to Greg Hunter. Top stuff. Oh, that's nice. James DeWeaver. Thank you, James. You're very kind. Newbie's dad, machines run the world. AI announced the winners to the newscasters. Phillips Bob, California, 30 plus seats left. California, 30 plus seats left is what's coming in. Here, I'll interview you guys. I'll just read your comments. Jamie Show. So what happens from here now that the Dems take the House? I'm not sure the Dems have taken the House yet. I'm not absolutely biting down on that just yet. Bubonic Plague, pray red. Adam Baum, Greg, we love you. Thank you, Adam. You're very kind. Bix Weir says, JP Morgan silver trader indicted today for manipulation. No, they didn't indict them for manipulation, did they? No. That didn't happen. That would never happen. Indict somebody for manipulation? Oh, no, heck no. That heavens, no. No, that would never happen. We have this, oh, my phone is beeping because it needs to be charged, but I'm going to turn it off. It's had a workout today. So I've still got the AP thing up, who has not called the race. Bravo AP for not calling it, waiting for the House races to come in. Call Trump. I wish I had Donald Trump's phone number. It says call Donald Trump. I can't call Donald Trump. California is called with 30% in, and they got sad faces. God is in charge and has all under 3. The triune God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Rick Haberman, Beto was on drugs during his speech. Woo. You're doing great. Keep the faith. Callie Kale, counting illegals, giving Dems extra seats in sanctuary cities. Amen to that, Callie. That's it. It's a form of fraud, voter fraud. The election fraud or voter fraud is theft. It's a form of theft. Jerry Perkins, you rock. Matt Ditka, I think it's Dilka. A good way to keep your enemies close and then release the FISA warrants. He's got unredacted FISAs. Harper, blue cool, red dead. Really? So you're for communism? I mean, what kind of a world do you want to live in, Harpo? I mean, you want illegal. You know, you can't have a socialized medicine with an open border. You know that, right? You do know that, right? You know, the neurons touching together. Somebody has to pay for it. There's no free lunch. You've heard that before. So here we have. I'm reading. I have the, which is I think updating itself here. The House that they haven't called some of these Senate races, although I think 4 or 5 are going to go. Let's just look at this Senate thing real quick before I read any more. Here's the I guess MSN's web browser is going crazy. How about this here? They still don't have it here. They don't have this. It looks like there. Let's see right here. Democrats 189 to 175 Republicans. We still have a lot of seats left open. Back to U.S. Back to the U.S. map. I don't get how they're doing this. Let's see if NBC has it. Divided Dems take House, GOP holds Senate. I don't understand how they got that. It's 188 to 175. Maybe they have some better information than we have. I don't know. They're still saying their estimate is this 230 to 205. We'll see. Let's go to the House. Wow. And the Democrats control the House. Look at that map. Look at that map, folks. And the Democrats control the House. That's unbelievable. This isn't in. This isn't in. All this is not in. Somebody was saying here in California had 30 open seats and have not. Wow. Yes, they did. Well, I hope you're in for chaos and absolutely crazy times that the Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi are going to start with crazy amounts of indictments and investigations, and the whole economy is going to fall on its head because of you're rooting for communists. I mean, these people are for illegal immigration, no ICE, no borders, free stuff for everybody, and they just haven't figured out who's going to pay for it. So, I don't know. I'm getting some freeze ups here. Maybe I should hit this. Here we go. It's I'm still on the. It's still having a hard time loading itself up. Okay, can you guys, if you are writing comments, can you hear me live? And is the sound ahead of the audio? I don't know. Let's see. The name of Jesus Christ, we rebuke these lies of the devil and his children. Executive orders 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Danny Ever, James Selton. Yes, I don't know how I'm doing here. Maybe Team Viewer. Okay. Whoops. I don't know where I am here. Am I still on? Yeah, I think I'm still on. But it's frozen. The thing is frozen. I think it's just running out of bandwidth or something, I guess. I don't know. Tons of comments rolling on. Just unbelievable. Tons of... Sounds fine. Good. Thanks. Loud and clear. Fine. Good, good, good. I don't know what's wrong with... you could mention that Nick called this exact result. Oh, yes. Nick said that he thought the House... Nick from Evolution Consulting said the House would go probably towards the Democrats. That's what he said. So, but this is the House here. Nick, are you saying? I'm just going to talk to you through the microphone. Nick, are you saying that that the YouTube is frozen? It's frozen on the Democrats in the Senate, which they haven't really updated that much. Are you saying that? Is that frozen? Maybe you could open this up here and just tell me. Is it? I can't get. It looks like the YouTube is just spinning. Do I need to do something with that? In terms of what's going on, the live stream? I don't know. Maybe I'll do this. Let's hold on. Let me refresh it. See if we can get that going. Yeah. Okay. So it refreshed. It was spinning for some reason. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully you guys can see what's going on here. It's a little bit. Called too soon. Red. My intuition tells me something is terribly wrong. The numbers don't add up. Hold on. My intuition tells me this is K-Red. My intuition tells me something is terribly wrong. The numbers just don't add up. Let's all keep the faith and keep praying for a miracle overnight. We know more in the morning. Yeah, you're right. We will know more in the morning. But boy, everybody sure is quick to print the fact that the Republicans lost the House. I mean, the AP is not known to be that much of a for Donald Trump. Let's see if we can get that back. Yeah, hold on. Over here. Hold on. Let's get this. This is the AP. I'm gonna get back up. All right. This is this. Hold on. Let's see if we can get the. Oh, let's get over here. Let's get over here. There we go. All right. Here we go. Let's get this. This keeps timing out or something. Boy, I tell you what. With 2.5 hours to close on the polls, and for NBC and Fox at 8:45, I think it was Dave Yanda said called the election at 8:45. And I just think that's outrageous with people writing me from California saying there are 30 open seats out here, that they don't even have, there's nothing finished. Evidently, they're getting swamped, I guess, on this website. It's not working well. The House is 193 to 177 is what it looks like right now. Hey, Nick, is there any reason why this is... maybe we'll just do this. Hold on. Let's see if we can just get this Oh, it's script. Due to a long script running. Stop script. Thank you. Let's go here. Yeah, election results 18. Here we go. It won't change. They're doing something. I don't know what they're doing. This is the wonder of the internet. House. Let's see if we can go to the House. There we go. So here's the House. There's a lot of stuff out here that's, it looks like the Montana seat is going to go to the Republican. This is leaning Republican. There's still nothing in Nevada. Evidently, this has been called here, Juan Vargas, the Democrat on the border here. There'll be a wall down there, Juan. Duncan Hunter, he's down there too. Looks like he's leading it by 8 points with 33% reporting, but that's not enough to give it to him, is it? So that's how that's going. I got lovely comments here. Pelosi gets another life. That's unbelievable. I'm quite surprised actually. Beto, the $70 million losing man. Oh my gosh, that's how much they spent on Beto. $70 million. Holy cow, that's a lot. The House is 235 red. Is that right? 235 red? Holy smokes. Is it that much? The House is 235 red. I don't know how you can say that. Call Mark Dice. I don't have Mark Dice's number. Newbies, MSM on ABC, all smiles now. Coming for our Second Amendment rights. They won't get that through the Senate or Donald Trump's censor pen or veto pen. More censorship on Prison Planet. This is what people are writing in. Mega setup, trust the plan. Outrageous is right. Many reports of video fraud in polling places. They have to have fraud. I've been telling you about this in the weekly news wrap-up that they have to have fraud. They can't function without fraud. I mean, what are they running on? Here we have I'm reading the comments on the side of the page here on on the page. Here we have 1970 Melville, Call Ghostbusters. Carol Walsh, Fox Can't Be Trusted. I kind of believe in that. Contrarian. The comments are running on so fast. Tammy Corley, we have to stand up for our rights no matter what the Dems try to do. You're right about that, Tammy Corley. No matter what the results, they have to be checked. Okay? Look at this house. It's 235 red. I don't understand why he says the house is 235 red. So, hold on. How many seats? Georgia District 7 flipped. Stop watching Fox News. When they say fraud, they consider that conspiracy theory, and they laugh it off always. Anthony Caretti, I want to vomit. Q says FISA will bring down the House. Ooh. Ooh. Q says FISA will bring down the House. Jerome Corsi still streaming. 40 million illegals in California. Holy cow. I think the state population is 38 million, so I don't know if that's right. Trump train is, hold on. Trump train is officially derailed. Pretty sad. I don't think so. Look what Obama did. He had, 6 years of the Senate, 4 years of the Senate and the executive branch. And what do the Republicans do? Not much in the House. Go to Ballotpedia. Ballotpedia, huh, okay. I didn't know it was in a site like that. Mike Foreman. Greg, look at the margin of light blue and barely blue. Light blue and barely, yeah, okay. There's light blue, light blue, light blue. A lot of pink. I mean, there's a lot of pink that hasn't been decided. And there's 3 district heres that haven't been decided. They got nothing in Nevada. And if you look at the districts that they haven't counted yet, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't know. Is that enough to dump it over? I don't know. It's looking like they're going to win, though, folks. I mean, I guess I don't know. I am surprised, actually. I'm quite surprised. Unreal part of California, Hawaii, Alaska haven't even come in yet, but them fools are already calling Hawaii and Alaska and skipping California. They're already calling Hawaii and Alaska and skipping California. Wow. That's unbelievable. Oh, Greg, your predictions were right, but you have to factor in fraud. This is Ash Jones. In the fraud in the big picture, something to blame the economic reset on. InfoWars took a video of a polling place that had a sign on it that said, vote straight Democrat. 225 blue when the dust settles, and I'm not pleased to say it. 225 blue. Okay. I mean, you might be right. Tomorrow we're going to find all the cheating. Really, I hope so. It usually doesn't happen that way. They usually just kind of sweep it under the rug. Democrats got the House. Recount. Sell the Dow. I'm glad I stacked back by. I thought you had called it a night an hour ago. I thought so too. I'm sorry. I just called some people and I just thought I just kind of want to see the House, an official number on the House. So, listen, I really appreciate it. I appreciate it a whole lot. Hey, Nick, will you call me on the house phone? Call me on the house phone, if you will. My cell phone is dead. It's the 3 number. Just give me a call on the house phone, if you will. Is there anything else I need to add to the chat? Anything else I need to add? Oh, folks, here, listen. If you will, I've been doing 4 hours on this. I spent money on my buddy Nick, who was well worth it. Let's see here. What did I need to do? Oh, boy. Get over here. This is the wrong one. Oops, sorry. I got 2 computers with 2 mouses open and all that. Hold on. Let me get right here. USAWATCHDOG.com. You know, I have USA Watchdog. A lot of people don't have their own website, but I do. Let me come back to this. Let me go here. Folks, if you will, I'm going to add this to favorites so I don't have to go back. I also like to set this as my home page here. How about that? Can we do that? No, you set as home page? I don't know how that works. Oh, well. Yeah, add. Yeah. Name has entered. Shortcut already exists. Okay, that's fine. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can set this. Hold on. Let's see if I can set this. Oh, no, not them. Not that. You weasels. Hold on. Here we go. So I just wanted to tell you that if you like what you saw tonight, I know it was a little rough, but here is. Let me get myself out of the way here. So here is. Oh, get over here. All right, thank you. Let me get over here. There we go. Here is the donations button on the page right here at the top of usawatchdog.com. Usually pops right up. I put a lot of time and money into this with my buddy Nick. Nick is, you can call me on the house phone, Nick, if you will, if you're listening. I don't guess he is. But this is the donations page. Hold on. Yeah, it's got a mailing address. I like snail mail, frankly. Then there's a PayPal, and that's all I have. I'm sorry I don't have Bitcoin. I don't want people to come after me for money laundering. And, I already run an anti-government site, and there's thousands of attacks on me a month, which I don't talk about, but I'm going to tell you live. So I don't, I don't do that. I don't take that, but I do take U.S. currency. And here's a mailing address, and here's a donation button down here on PayPal. And so there's my little pitch. And other than that, it was just free all night. I really appreciate you guys being with me tonight. It's very nice of you to be here. I'm still here with 194 Democrats and 180 Republicans. I mean, if you guys, I'll just stay on until we get to 218 for the Democrats. They haven't called a bunch of districts yet. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for pink. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's going to be about less than 10 seats difference between the Democrats and Republicans if this holds. Well, there's 12. Well, there's 3 here. Holy cow. I don't know. Dude, I'm not sure I want to give up on this yet. I mean, right? Well, they're up by 14. That's a big spot. That's a lot. I mean, here are 1, 2, 3 that haven't been called. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 15, 16. That looks like it's going to go blue, or it's already been. Yeah, it already Gillibrand. And she won. Boy, ooh, she killed it. Oh, there's no, she killed it. Tulsi. She was a pilot. I don't know how you could be a Democrat and be a former military person, but oh well. I mean, the Democrats hate our military. Alaska House District, the whole state, which is huge. Which Alaska, if you took Alaska, it always looks so small. It looks just a little bigger than Hawaii. But Alaska would probably go from here out to here, would go from here out to here, Alaska. Alaska is huge. Alaska is, I don't know, 3 or 4 times bigger than the state of Texas. It's huge. But it's one House district. Can you imagine that? My House district is Alaska. You think oh my gosh, holy smokes. Holy smokes, Alaska. That's a big state. That's the House district. Let's just leave the House up. Everything else is there. I think they've gained 4 or 5 in the Senate. Tester is now up, only by 1.74%. I remember I told you earlier today that, usually when these races happen, the Democrats hop up large because they do the metropolitan areas. Now, there's not that many metropolitan areas in Montana, but that's what they usually do. And then the rest of the real estate, the longer you go on, the more the districts come in, and they come in usually rurally, they come in red. And so there's no reporting out here, but it already looks like Tester's going to have a hard time hanging onto the seat now. I mean, I thought that he would lose his seat, and he has done a lot for having. I think he's got all the votes he's going to get. And if you take a look at the House, I mean the House, look at all the red on there. That's the House. How can the Democrats even be close to running the country with that much real estate out there? That's unbelievable. So here we are, 195 to 182. So they got a 13-seat margin. But I'll just stay here with you. I will just stay here and read some comments. I mean, if you look at what was Mark's take, he thought there'd be a red tsunami for the, of course, maybe he was. Maybe he did say that. Nick is there. You're here. You're here in the background. Yeah, you're writing me. Live stream is working fine. Audio, video is good. All right, Nick's right to me. Is there anything, Nick, that I need to put on the live stream for a donation button or something like that? Means you're writing to me right now and you can hear me? I have told people about my donation button on usawatchdog.com. Okay. All right. Well, listen, I'm just going to kind of hang here. I've gone into it this long. So, I don't know. I'm watching the live show, watching the comments come on. You should have, let's see. Even Q has conceded. Even Q has conceded. Oh my gosh, Q has conceded. Oh boy. Red tsunami is Mark's prophecy. Yeah, not God's. He said it was his feelings would be red. Well, the will of God, it is. Even Q has conceded. Holy cow. I think Q's real. So, Dave Janda thinks Q's real. Good night, everyone. Thanks, Greg. Job well done. Going to continue to watch. Carl B. Best coverage ever. Thanks, Carl. You're very kind. Keeping the faith. I mean, I did this with just a couple of computers. I had to hire Nick Ruiz from Evolution Consulting, who not only knows about the whole tech part of it, but he also knows about the political part of it. He said that they wouldn't surprise me if they grabbed the House. I am. So there you have it. QAnon says people still in line at polls in Nevada. One American News says people are still in line. Yes, somebody else wrote me that too. I just heard One American News. Hold on. Hold on. I just heard One American News. Let's see. I just heard. Hold on. Let me squeeze myself into this window. There you go. I just heard One American News is still in line. Is still saying people are in line in Nevada. That doesn't sound like it's over. Does it? I think they're a little premature on the call. 198, though, that they're calling right now. 198 to 182. 198 to 182 is what they're calling right now in the House. 198, 182. There's 3 districts in Nevada, and One American News says people are still in line in Nevada. At 1 a.m. Eastern time, almost 1 a.m. Eastern time, 12:59 on my clock, they're still in line in Nevada. So I guess people are watching this on their smartphones because I'm getting people who are saying, yes, I'm still in line. Nevada had voting machine problems. Oh, yeah, Q is a faker. Then the election, I don't know about that. Q is not fake. John Doe is definitely fake. Oh, this is John Doe, right? This guy, right? He's arguing with John on my screen. Nancy Pelosi is measuring the drapes. Well, I guess she is. I'm surprised. 200 to 182. I don't know where you get that number. I've got 200 to 182. That's what's up there right now. I'm going to stay here until we cross the 218 line for the majority. I am going to stay here, I think. I'm just going to stay here for this. Wow, I've been talking for 4 hours. I went on at 9:05, and it's 1:59. Woo, I'm getting a workout. Greg, would you have Mark Taylor on tomorrow? I don't know if tomorrow, because I want to take the day off, because I did a lot of effort to try to cover the election. You know, I mean, Fox News has, 150 people covering the election. I have a consultant and my business partner and me. I thought we held down pretty good, though. I didn't call the election early. I mean, I didn't have the numbers to call it. I don't know how they called it. I guess they guesstimated it. But they did it 2.5 hours before the polls closed in California. So I don't really understand any of that, but oh well. I've only been in the news business since the 70s and don't understand how they can call the whole country, which is a PSYOP, you know, there's some good news for the Republicans, the anti-communists, because I'm not a communist and the Democrats are. Just look at Tom Perez and Ocasio-Cortez, who's a communist, socialist, Marxist, who wants to have open borders. So, I don't know. I mean, Paul Ryan, good job, Paul Ryan. You flipped the House to the Democrats. Thank you, Paul Ryan. Hey, Miss McDaniels at the RNC, you did a good job. You flipped the House to the Democrats when you had record donations. So I don't know. This is why Nevada is looking this way, incidentally, in the House. This is why there's nothing done in the House over here. This got called, that got called, these deals too have to get called. You know, I don't know. It's 200 to 183 right now. You guys are still online. Q is real. Yes, I think Q is real. But I think somebody said Q has already called it. So, wow. Only 25% reporting in Feinstein de Leon race. Watchdog USA Watchdog, my favorite channel. Thank you. Very kind. I'm sure I'm going to get some comments about Paul Ryan, who, one good thing about that happened, we got rid of Paul Ryan. He was working, he's an anti-Trumper, New World Order globalist. He should go to work for the Koch brothers or the New World Order or somebody as a lobbyist. He wanted to flip the House to the, I remember I said this in my weekly news wrap-up, if he could, Paul Ryan would try to flip the House to the Democrats. 39 unopposed seats for the Democrats that no Republican was in. Really? Paul Ryan, that's a way to win? 39 unopposed seats. Paul Ryan. Yep, well, he wanted it to flip, and he did his job for the New World Order. Good job, Paulie. Good job, buddy. Good job. You worked for the Satanists and the people that drink the blood of children and the New World Order. Good job, Paul. Good job, buddy. You weasel. So we're going to have the declassification of the FISA warrants, which is going to put some people in jail. Did Maxine lose? I don't think so. I don't think she lost. Paul Ryan is a snake. I totally agree. Didn't Q say 11/11? 11/11. Trump is meeting Putin on 11/11. I thought. That's what the reporting was. Let's see. Former J.P. Morgan trader pleads guilty to manipulating U.S. markets for years. Wow. Oh, unbelievable. They always told us that's a conspiracy theory. We had but tinfoil hats on. I see all red. Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. Let's see, 200. Let's see if we can refresh this page, see if we got anything different in the House. I don't know if Tester's going to hold on to his seat, though. Let's just go back to that real quick. Let's go back to the Senate out west with Martha McSally. Well, I'm not getting any. I'm not getting that. Hold on. Let's just go here. Let's just try this. This is AP. Let's just go here. It's freezing for some reason. Maybe too many people are hitting it. I don't know. Here's the House. It's still 200 to 183. Let's see if we can get the Senate working. Martha McSally is still leading, but at 32%, has a 3/4 of a point margin. Let's see what she's got here. I don't know why they're... Well, she's up by 11,000. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. She's up by 15,000 votes in Arizona. Holy smokes. Wow. She's up pretty big. I don't see why they're not calling that race closer. Let's go back to the House where we got 200 to 183. Let's just go back to the House here and just leave it sit on. Oh, let's go back to the Senate. I want to go back to the Senate. Tester. Let's see. John Tester, he leads by 4,000 votes. There's a whole lot of counties. I think all these counties right here will probably go red. I think he's got all the votes he's going to get, basically. Tester leads by a 1.5% margin. Woo! Unbelievable. Hold on, let's see what I got here. Hello, Greg Hunter. Nick's on the phone here. Nick Ruiz from Evolution Consulting. Nick, I think I'm going to just kind of hang until we get a final on the AP on the House. I mean, is that okay with you? People are just going crazy on just one comment after another. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to put you on speakerphone. Go ahead. Say it.
All right. Well, hopefully, I mean, more importantly, I hope everybody's enjoying the live stream. I mean, it went off without a hitch. It's, the quality is good and everything, so really hopefully everybody's enjoying it. But what I'm going to say from a data scientist and a data analysis perspective, Greg, is kind of what you've been saying, is that the inconsistencies, as far as what I've seen, the inconsistencies as far as the data, the fact that they did call it so early, man, I don't think I'm the only one either. I think this is a bit of a head scratcher from a purely metrics and systemic perspective.
Well, you heard what Janda said. You heard what Dave Janda said. I know he's a client of yours too, and you help him out. And Janda said that it was a attempt to manipulate the polls 2.5 hours before they closed, or 2 hours and 15 minutes, whatever, more than 2 hours before they closed on the West Coast.
Yeah,
and they closed at 9 o'clock on the West Coast.
It's odd, Greg, and like I say that as a political atheist, I don't pretend one side's any better than the other. Really, when you look at it.
Oh shit! Hold on. Oh, dadgummit. Nick. I hung up on you, buddy. Call me back. Call me back. Nick. Call me back. I'm sorry. I cut him off. He'll call right back. Call right back, Nick. Here we go. There you go. I'm sorry, Nick. I didn't mean to cut you off. Is that you?
Yep. That's
okay, you we're saying I'm a political atheist. I don't take one side or the other. Okay, go ahead.
But the fact that I'm still as somebody that looks at the data empirically, I have no answer. It doesn't happen very often. You've known me for a while. It's not often that I don't even have anything clever to say. But the fact that these races were called as early as they were, and to the level that they were, is just. I don't have anything creative or clever to say.
Well, here's what some people are saying.
Let
me tell you what some people are saying. That this is not over. That Mark Taylor says this is not over. Voter fraud will be exposed and dealt with. Mass arrests will create a huge amount of vacancies, creating special elections. Roy Slay says this is not over. So I don't know. I mean, election fraud, massive election fraud. Winky Mouse. Rosendale edging up on Tester. Yes, I think he is. I don't think Tester holds his seat. I think we end up with. I think the Republicans. I shouldn't say we. I think the Republicans end up with 5 seats. I said 7. They're going to get 5, and they're going to hold Arizona, and they're going to hold Texas from the rock star Beto.
Yeah, I mean that was a.
Yes, Adam Bob says you hung up on him. Yes, I made a mistake. Yes, I did. I didn't mean to though.
You said it, Greg. It was the $70 million loss when you look at the sheer volume of money.
Oh my gosh! And then Florida's a 1-2 punch. They blacked out both their eyes. DeSantis for the governorship, and Scott for the Senate seat. Oh, they did not what they wanted.
What I'm really surprised about, Greg, is John James. I really am.
Really?
Dave said it. So that one caught me a bit by surprise. I'm really surprised that John James didn't do a lot better. I mean, they rolled out everybody for him, and to his credit, the guy ran a really good campaign, at least in my humble opinion.
Real says, yeah, go ahead.
I'm not quite sure about that. I mean, that's a bit of a head scratcher. I mean, the other results, I mean, in Dave's home state, we kind of knew. But as far as just the biggest story here, and I think you've said it, and I'm probably not going to say it any better than Dr. Dave did, but there's just something that's not right when you're reporting. I mean, 2, 3, 4 hours before the last poll closes.
Well, 8 o'clock Eastern. What is that on the West Coast? 6 o'clock.
It's 3. What is it? 3 hours.
I think he said they reported Fox News. Fox News reported that at 8:45. 8:45 Eastern time. That meant 6:45 West Coast time, and the polls closed at 9 o'clock. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, the reality of it is that's a bit of a tainted result. And, I mean, if you start reporting that, let's look at how that can affect an election. I mean, I see the word in the chat popping up a lot, PSYOP and PSYOP and PSYOP, and you've said it a lot, Dave said it a lot, but it's true. If you want to influence a result, if you show one candidate drastically ahead, you get 2 net byproducts of that. Is number one, somebody that may vote for them is going to go, oh, no, we got it, don't worry about it. Somebody that was going to vote against them is going to go, oh, well, what's the point? So you're not getting a pure result there. And if I could wave my magic wand and have one thing done immediately, and that is you don't get to report as a mainstream outlet or otherwise, alternative outlet, I don't care what kind of outlet you are, you don't report until the last poll closes.
Oh, yes,
And you have
yes.
a secure result.
As a reporter, I got to tell you, that's what it. Oh, you didn't make a peep. You don't say a word until the poll is closed, and that means anything you say cannot affect the election. That's
Exactly. Otherwise, you're not getting a pure result. I mean, that's shoot arrow, paint bullseye.
That's right. I mean, that's what I mean. I started in the '70s, and and every time there was an election, they were so careful. Every TV station worked for 5 TV stations, and I never worked at a single TV station where they announced a result before the polls were closed. Not a single one. And Fox News knows better than that. Fox News knows better than that. They know they should not make a prediction. Let NBC make a prediction. They're so biased and one-sided. Let them make their prediction. But Fox News, to maintain their credibility, wow, that was bad.
I don't think I'm going to be the only data nerd that's floating around out there tomorrow, kind of scratching our head, going, well, how did this happen? Just because they called elections early, this was almost comical. This was almost comically bad. Like I said, there were some races that we had information on, that we did research on, and like I said, the one that really kind of left us scratching our head was John James.
Yeah. Well, here's Rita. This is Rita Betts, and she says Fox News is ultimately controlled by the deep state. And I'm sorry, but Daddy was on the Council on Foreign Relations, and the sons who run it now supposedly are on the Council on Foreign Relations. So who are they trying to kid? We're fair and balanced. No, you're not. You're a psyop. I mean, you should know better. This isn't a small one, Nick. This is a big one. This is you announced that they won the House of Representatives more than 2 hours before their polls closed on the entire West Coast of the Pacific time zone.
I mean, as far as the result goes, Greg, you and I had the conversation, a couple of days ago, and yesterday when we were setting this all up, and you asked me outright point blank, what do you think the result is going to be? And, this is not me going, ha-ha, told you so. The reality is this is not that, the result is not that different than what I mentioned to you. I think we're off by 1 or 2 seats. And you disagreed, which is cool. We had an awesome conversation.
Well, you said Beta would win too, and I said he wouldn't.
So we're 1-1. But at the end of the day, it's not the results even that are having me scratch my head. It's the mechanics to which it kind of happened. And as you said, calling an election when there's 3-4 hours left, it's like, something wasn't right.
Yeah.
It's just a little too choreographed. And you know what? I don't pretend the system works. I really don't. I'm not that delusional. Call me a cynic if you like. But this, I'm going to use a word, and then the word is egregious. This was egregiously suspicious.
Yeah, this is, just so you know, folks, this isn't just a friend of mine, which he is. This is Nick Ruiz from Evolution Consulting. He's run big projects for the primaries up in northern states, and for other people, he runs big data mining projects. He predicted. Who did you predict? You predicted that somebody would be at. Was it Bolton? Who did you predict 2 years? Oh no, Larry Kudlow. They predicted Larry Kudlow would be the White House economics advisor, I don't know, 2 years, 3 years beforehand?
Yep, and Giuliani as well.
And Giuliani.
Those are 2 that we call. Those are 2 what we call poster child calls, where there's it's not shoot arrow and paint bullseye. It's a very specific metric prediction, and we got those 2. So,
what do you think's going to happen for the rest of the year then? What's Evolution Consulting talking about for the rest of the year? What do you think's going to happen?
Well, I mean, predicated upon this result, I think now you have the divisiveness. I mean, you called me earlier. I think the divisiveness that we talked about earlier, that left-right kind of paradigm, as those metrics continue to come apart ideologically, I think you just threw a great big match into a great big lake of gasoline now, because now you have a Dem-controlled House, and they can start all sorts of stuff. So really what it's doing, the net end result is chaos. So now I...
Oh, wait, stop. I want to ask you a couple of questions, because you do a lot of stuff. You are not a fan of Bitcoin.
No, I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I think it will be remembered as my generation's tulip bulbs in Amsterdam.
Okay, and you like, this is bizarre because you're in your 30s. You are a big fan of gold and silver. Why?
Tangibility. It's call it the Occam's razor. nicer approach, but it's a return to a universally agreed upon valuation system. And I always pass the joke, and I say, if you put me up on, in front of the UN Council, if you put me up in the big chair there, and you bet me, a case of Red Bull that I can get all the heads nodding in one direction at the same time. The way I would do that is go, can we all agree that gold and silver has value? Great. I'll give you my case of Red Bull and leave me alone.
Everybody in the world would go, yep, you're right. Yeah, gold and silver, yeah.
After a reset, after any kind of major economic anomalous event, cataclysm, whatever it is that you may like to call it, the only way you're going to arrive at a foundation to even begin developing a new system is that universal foundation of economics. That's gold and silver. Bitcoin, and this is from 20 years of technology speaking, Bitcoin will go down, and at some point in time it'll be referred to in the past tense. Same thing with Litecoin and this coin and that coin, and I just invented my own coin, and that's nice coin. They'll all be remembered in the past tense of, hey, remember when? And guess what? A bunch of people would have made a bunch of money on it just the way the people in Amsterdam circa the 1600s made money, and the only thing that separated the winners from the losers was when they sold it, and that was based upon what? That was based upon information. So I'm no fan of Bitcoin as a tech. I mean, blockchain I think is a wonderful technology, but Bitcoin as a means of economic exchange, not really.
And this is stuff that you've come up with Evolution Consulting. This is your data mining. This is your projecting downstream, downfield. This is not just some willy-nilly personal prediction. This is stuff that you've gotten in your heavy data mining operation, right?
Yeah, I mean we've looked at it for good Lord, 5 years now. We've been looking at it, and I'll be very forward in saying this. I made a bunch of money with it. I'll be the first, in complete transparency and complete honesty. I made a bunch of money with Bitcoin. I don't pretend for a minute it has value. I don't think it has tangible value, but I understood the perception trade. As long as other people thought it would have value, at least after I did, that was a win. But it's not tangible, and it's not something that you can rebuild. I mean, not to be sensational about it. And I know there's plenty of more sensational narratives out there than anything I'm going to provide, but in the event of a major implosion, I mean, be that the euro, dollar, the yen, anything else, I mean, really, they're all fiat. No one is going to undergo that trauma of a devalued U.S. dollar and turn around and go, hey, so Bitcoin's been around for 7 years. That's what we're going to build our nation on. It's not going to work. Now, will it have value in the interim during an implosion as an alternative? Yeah, you know what? It probably will. But it's not going to be anything that's mistaken for a system to build long-term foundations on. And it's just, we're not there yet. I'm not saying it'll never happen, but we're not there yet.
Well. It looks like you're looking like, here's something else. Maine's not done yet. Holy cow, I forgot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I got 15. Am I missing something? I got 15 uncalled that are leaning red, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This has already been called. 8. I'm not so sure they're gonna. Nick, I'm telling you, this is going to come down to a couple of seats, I think, one way or the other.
I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I'm really, like I said, the timing of having even a Pelosi, go on as early as she did with a victory speech, just as if I was an elected official, I'd be real hesitant in doing something that early because the opportunity to look like a blithering idiot is certainly there.
Hey, hold on. Are you watching my map here? Are you watching my map? Have you seen my live stream map? And it says, oh wait, hold on. What's this say? Why am I doing this? What's happening here? Hold on a minute. Let's just do a little math here. Help me out here, Nick. Where should this go? It should go where? Live. Is this live? So you see my live stream right now. I'm looking at my computer terminal and saying that it's 176 to 168. That's the live stream. I don't know. Oh, 4,000 watching now. Wow, get 2,000 comments. Okay. Well, let's just look at my live stream. Do you see the 204, 187 on the live stream? Okay. Help me here. We have, it's light, it's pink, and light blue. We have, these are all decided except for one here. 1, this is pink. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, there's 2 down here, 16, okay? Here's what's not decided in the light blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, wait, I'll start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Well, like I said earlier, Greg, I don't think we're going to get
I think it's going to be single digits. It looks like the Democrats, if they have 204 to 187, it's 13. If they hang right there, but they still need 14 seats.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that at any point in time. I don't think I certainly didn't mention it to you, Greg. That I think that they were ever going to flip the Senate. That wasn't going to happen.
No, I knew they'd gain in the Senate. Let's go to Drudge. What's Drudge saying? What's Drudge saying? Drudge is all on. You know what other people have told me about too? Okay, Debs take House plus 33, 213 to 190. What are they looking at?
See, that's what I'm saying, Greg. That's what I'm getting at, is the inconsistency surrounding this as far as reporting. I mean, we're not talking about advanced metrics here. We're talking about the outcome of an American election. There should be some consistency there.
Right. I mean, where are they getting that?
What I'm concerned about most is, I mean, the results are, and I know it sounds horrible to say, it sounds cynical, and yeah, advanced me for being a millennial, even though I missed it by a year. The power of indifference, but the reality is it's more the mechanics behind this election that's the story than the result. It's, you're going to have your ebb and flow of political physics, but the fact that we had people on reporting 4 hours before, the polls closed, there's all sorts of things just go, you have Drudge now reporting something that doesn't come in line with, I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. It's an American election. There should be some consistency in reporting, and that's not there.
I know. I don't know where they're getting the numbers. I mean, listen, I don't know. Listen, I don't see how the Democrats come up with the seats they got without massive election fraud. I just don't.
Well, I said earlier too, Greg, is that if anything was very evident throughout this whole midterm process, and I think it's going to be even more evident going forward into 2020, because if you thought we've seen chaos in 2016, let's see what 4 years of matching leaking gasoline Trump does to the presidential election cycle. That's going to be even worse.
Wow.
But really, I think we've just gotten a preview of how broken the mainstream media is as a mechanic of control.
Yeah.
As a mechanic of perception control. That's really the story here. It's just how, for those that may play video games that are watching, if a part of a game doesn't work correctly, we say that it's broken. If it's not balanced correctly, it's broken. But what we saw here was how broken the mainstream media is as a result of 2016. This election cycle, it sure as heck didn't do them any favors.
Here's the California map. And they only have, for the blue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They only have 9, and the pink for them is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Kim Young, she's the Asian chick. Oh my God, they were terrible. They were terrible to her. They were horrible. I hope she wins. She has a harrowing story. Her family came from Korea. I hope she wins. Oh my God, she's up. Oh, she's up by 10 points. Love her. She's fantastic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, in California, in the House is almost a pick-em. It's about this, it's about the same.
Like I said, mean, I'm not going to argue the results. I mean, you've got plenty of guests that are going to do that. One way, I wouldn't argue with one way or the other, but I can tell you I'm going to be busy for the next couple of weeks just doing some casual analysis for in-office research, just on the physics of this and the mechanics of this election cycle. Just because so many things just don't seem right. I don't think, Greg, in recent memory, I could be wrong. I mean, you're the expert on this stuff, but. Have you ever seen inconsistencies like this?
No. Oh God, no. Listen, I never worked for a TV station where they would announce they gave NBC grief. I mean, in 2000, remember 2000? The 2000 election, where it was 43 who ended up winning. He actually won. I lived in Florida at that time, had a house down there, and everybody, New York Times, Washington Post, everybody sent crews down there, and they found out the big untold story, Bush actually did win. And but Gore, NBC announced the election for Gore with 6-7 counties in the Panhandle where the polls were still open because they're in the Central Time Zone. They caught grief, and now you have the entire West Coast. And this was only like an hour before the polls closed. It was only 1 hour difference. They were open. They announced it at 7 and forgot that Florida was still 5 or 6 counties were in the Central Time Zone. But they announced over 2 hours before the polls closed out of the West Coast, the entire West Coast.
I mean, Dr. Dave was in rare form tonight talking about that too. And there's nothing I'm going to say that he hasn't already said. Probably a lot better than I could, and certainly with a heck of a lot of passion. But as far as them calling as early as they did, and he's the one that brought up the whole PSYOP thing. I mean, I think there is a bit of from a data perspective, if I want to bias a result one way or the other, if I want to pull the shoot arrow and take the bullseye around it's done, of course, you start reporting as early as you possibly can because you're trying to generate an artificial result. That's called predictive programming. It's been going on for years. You have to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. The fact that they did start reporting so early, is that the case? I have no idea. I mean, it's certainly a possibility, but that's how you generate biased results. They do in other countries too. It's not just us here, but it was. I think again, if there's one takeaway from this entire evening, Greg, is the word is egregious. I think really that's where it is. It's just how egregious it was this time, and almost comically laughable. I have friends in other countries. I mean, I had my friend Adam who's in Australia. I think there's 1 or 2 people in the chat room that are actually from Australia. But my friend Adam in Australia, even he looks at how the way we report our results. They're not allowed to do that over there until it's over. He looks at it and, again, as a co-developer of Evolution, he kind of looks at it and goes like, wait, you guys can do that over there? And it's like the most bizarre thing in the world to him. Because of exactly what I just said. He goes, you're going to have media directly influencing an election. We're not allowed to do that over here. But I guess that's the takeaway from this, Greg. And I guess hopefully I'm going to leave everybody with this. I hope everybody enjoyed the live stream. If you have any ideas or suggestions as far as what we can do, Greg, if you want to do this again, and I'll be happy to help out. If anybody's got suggestions as far as how to make it better, I have a few, but I hope everybody enjoyed it. I really do.
All right. Well, Nick, this is Nick Ruiz from Evolution Consulting. Nick, I will call you after the live stream. I'm gonna stay up till we hit 218 now. I mean, we're at 206 on the blue, on the Democrat. They need 12 seats to make this fly. I'm surprised that these seats out east are not called yet. There's 2 on the in Maine, and there's 1 in upstate New York. That's blue, and there's another one. There's 2, and one in New York and 1 in Maine for the Republicans, and 1 in it looks like to me upstate New York also as well. That's not giving me the who it is, who the people. I'm going to try to refresh the page and get that. But but thank you, Nick. Nick Ruiz, Evolution Consulting. Thanks, man.
Hey, good guys. Hope everybody enjoyed it. Cheers.
Bye. All right, folks. So here we have Maine. We have this district right here. We have this and this. Let's see where Maine's going to go. Maine looks like it's going to fall for the. I don't know. MSN is having a hard time with its map. Maybe people are just hitting it too hard. I don't know. MSN is having a hard time with its map. Here is the Senate. They still haven't called Florida on MSN on the AP. That's kind of freaky. Other people are saying the Republicans picked up 4, 3 or 4 in the Senate House. Here's the House. Oh, looks like the Maine is going to flip. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know yet. That's really up for grabs. Maine is Jared Golden is only up by a half a point, with only 63% reporting. That's not going to be decided. Anthony Berinsky in the New York House District 22 is up by another half a point. Chris Collins is up by 0.115. It looks like that's going to turn red. That's a 99% reporting right here. This is 100% reporting. Looks like Anthony Bedinsky is winning just outside the margin of error with 100% reporting. Maine only has, well, it was way slow, 63% reporting, and the Jared Golden is up by half a point. Hold on, let's see what they got here. Wow. So, there's 2 seats in Maine. I didn't know that. Okay, 2 seats. I thought it was just 1. But the one up for grabs here is this one right here, Jared Golden, which is most of the rest of the state of Maine. We got 206 to 188. Let's go back to the House. That still is not done. That's not done. That looks like it's gonna go for Chris Collins. 99.83%. That looks like it's gonna go red. This one is Greg John Forte, Gianaf. I don't know how to spell it. Forte. The Republican is up by 8 points with 52%. Let's see what the Senate's doing up there in Montana. Tester. Oh my goodness, only 0.36%. What did I tell you about the rural areas in Montana are going to go red? And see, he's gotten all the votes he's going to get. That's done. That's done. Done. Over. Done. So Tester is he's facing a real challenge. And that'd be 5 Senate seats. That's looking like this guy's going to win the House. Looks like this also is looking like leads by 31%. This is Nevada 2. This is a guy that's with 6.9% reporting, up by 31%. That's usually bad for them. This, of course, is House District 3. No reporting yet. That's probably going to go blue. 188 to 206. 188 to 206 is the map. I'm in already now. So I'm just going to stay until this flips to 218 for one of them. Looks like it's going to flip for 218 for for the Democrats. Just to let you know, too, I'm not surprised about Colorado. Let's see what Colorado's doing. Oh, it's mostly red. Holy smokes. In the House. What happened in the Senate? No Senate seat. Governorship went blue. Jared Polis with 6%, 78%, 6% lead. Look, he's already called it for Colorado. The guy's name is Jared Polis, the governor of California. But the House in Colorado, they 1, 2, 3 districts out of 4 went for Republicans. I was surprised about that. All of Utah went for Republicans. They still have some significant blue for Arizona. Let's see what the Senate race is. It looks like McSally is still leading by a little bit more now with a 34% in. That's good because, the city's coming first. So it looks like she's going to hold that. The Senate seat is looking like it for Nevada is also leaning. Whoops, hold on. Let me see here. Come on, let's get it to load up. Come on, boys and girls, load it up. It's leaning blue. Nevada. I don't know. I can't open it up. It's just going so slow. Nevada. Jackie Ryan is up by half a point with 16%. That's got a long way to go. Dianne Feinstein leads by 7.5% with 31%. Wow, she's not doing as good as I thought she'd do. Wow, I'm surprised, quite frankly. McSally is still up by 0.86%. Tight race with 34% in. That's got a ways to go. The House 207 188. 207 to 188. Let's read some of these comments. JFK Jr. Show yourself. I don't know what that means. I remember that. That was chaotic. Let's see. Goodson, I'm not surprised about Colorado. We talked about president will take care of the voter fraud. I hope you're right. 391 to 435 called. 391 to 435 called. Yeah, okay. CNN has 207 to 194. 207. Wow. The AP has 207 to 188. You wait until they announce the recounts. Fox purposely called the House early to suppress West Coast votes. That's what Dave Janda says. I have to agree with you. That nobody would do that. Nobody in news would do that. I never heard of a news organization. I worked for 5 TV stations. Not a one of them would say a word about who won until after the polls closed. So they would not affect the outcome. That doesn't have statement of fact. And for Fox to call that, and what did Dave Janda say? They called it at 8:45 Eastern time, and the polls were still open till 9 o'clock on the West Coast. They were open for, more than 2 hours, 3 hours. Wow, that's unbelievable. Our taxes will double to pay for all the free stuff that he promised. This is the governor in Colorado. Our taxes will double to pay for all the free stuff he promised. Unbelievable. This is Valerie Robles. You're right, Valerie. These guys just tax and tax and tax. So they can just, until they destroy everything, and then they blame it on the Republicans. They make money even if it doesn't work out how they claim it will. Most important election in U.S. history. Everything changes after the elections. Yeah. Or just another disturbing, sucking truthers into the political narrative. Well, Time, you don't know much about anything. I think you're just a paid troll. And you know what? If you've been paid to come on my site and make some nasty comment, hey, I know I'm over the... You know what? Hey, what can I do here? Can I do this? Can I remove... Yeah, I can remove that. Goodbye, weasel. Okay, you're the first one I removed. Greg, look at California House seat 21. Look at California... Wait, hold on. It's moving too fast here. Shoot, I thought I'd say this, but Fox News is fake news. Yeah, it is. They report, listen, Fox News reported at 8:45 the House was won when the polls were open for a couple of hours on the entire West Coast. That's Washington, California, Oregon, Nevada. I think it's Arizona. No, Arizona. Well, maybe Arizona. They may be on the Pacific time zone. They don't save daylight. I think Idaho may be in the Rocky Mountain time zone, but that's a lot of states. That's a lot of House seats. That's a lot. That's unbelievable that, the entire West Coast, they call more than 2 hours ahead of time. I think Dave Janda said 8:45 East Coast time, roughly. Wow. And the polls stayed open until 9, at least in California. Unbelievable. Watch the economy crash now. Yep, I think so. They're all promising investigations and warrants and a more crazy time. We have so many problems that we have nut jobs in the House now. Maxine Waters is going to be riding herd over the financial districts. I mean, what could go wrong? Fox News is a criminal, needs to be investigated. They should have done that. Anybody with any news, listen. This is News 101. You don't report anything that could negatively affect an outcome of an election. This is why NBC, back in 2000 with Gore and Bush 43, who ended up being president, they announced that Gore won Florida at 7 o'clock. And yet the Panhandle with 5 or 6 counties is in the Central Time Zone. Their polls were open for another hour. And boy, NBC took grief. Now NBC announces that the House flipped about 2 hours. Fox was a little longer than that before the polls closed on the entire West Coast. They have no shame. It's outrageous. That's not the news. That's the propaganda. I mean, that's just News 101. I couldn't believe Fox News. Murdoch kids now in control, so it's now pushing liberal. New World Order, globalist, Council on Foreign Relations. Remember that name. Russell Murdoch's kids now control. Yeah, okay. ABC claims 219, even while these numbered grayed out right-leaning districts. Cue ball, look at the red map. No blue wave. McSally is up. Doing good. Thank you, Connie. Let's see what McSally... Yeah, McSally's good. No justice here. Deep state. Here we have desperate Dems cheating again. Yeah, they have to cheat. I've been saying that for I don't know. Fox is a good guys. It was the Russians that hacked Fox platform. A little fun, little joke there. Let's see here. Don't forget the investigations are ongoing. I forgot that if 2 new justices pan out, we have SCOTUS. That's right. Because the Senate picks justices, and now the Senate's even stronger. It's 207 Democrats, 189 according to the AP. 207. Let's refresh the page. I'm just going to leave it right there. John Tester is not a lock. It's now flipped to leaning Republican. Tester may lose his Senate seat. It looks like it's all. Well, I'm sorry. Hold on. That's the House. I'm sorry. We still had the House map on. Let's see if we can get that. We can get that back up. Come on. Politics. Come on. Come on. Slow internet. Let me read some more while it loads up. I don't know why it's doing that. Well, let's just go here. Here is. Let's see at the House. This is the House. So here's NBC. NBC hasn't even called the election out west, but they said the House is flipped to the Republicans, and they got all this space here with no results. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Here is Town Hall, and they don't have it done yet either. Hold on, let me make sure this gets updated. Votes, election night, live results covered. They haven't called it either, Town Hall. Oh, it's closer now. Here we go. We're getting close. We're getting close. What are they saying? They're saying 194 Republican. Whoops. What are they saying here? I don't know. Results is in. What is it? Oh, here's Donald Trump. Here's Donald Trump tweeting. There have been only 5 times in the last 105 years that an incumbent president has won seats in the Senate in an off-year election. Mr. Trump has magic about him. This guy has magic coming out of his ears. He's astonishing vote getter, campaigner. The Republicans are. Donald J. Trump. I believe we're lucky to have him just on. Who is he talking about? He's not talking about himself. I don't know who he's talking about. Anyway. Clock struck midnight and I turned to Karl Rove. Updating outstanding Senate seats. McSally up slightly, neck and neck the whole way. 67% reporting. We're getting there. Montana Rosendale has been closing the gap and might have a chance at Tester at the end. Slow to come in, 60%. All right, that's good. Let's go back. Let's see if we can get this election map up. Okay, House. That's the Senate. They're still saying it's 51, and they haven't called a lot of these races. I don't know why that is. I don't know why this is not working, MSN. You should have your stuff working. Well, let's see here. Let's get it over here. It's, I don't know why. There's script running or something. I don't understand why they're doing that. Hold on. Let's see what Drudge has got. I don't know where Drudge is getting its numbers. It's sickening. 219 to 196. 219. Let's check their math. 219. Dems take House plus 32. 219. They made it. That's it. Supposedly they made it. Okay. That's the result. 219. They needed 218 plus 198 equals 417. There's only a few races left. 417. I don't know how they got that, but 417. That's 8 votes. There's only 8 seats. They're saying didn't happen. 8 seats. 8 seats is all there is. That they didn't happen. Oh, they say they got it. There's the majority right there. That's old material. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what they have here. Let's see if we can update this. The Senate 230. They're still with their. Okay, here we go. Let's go AP. Let's see how the AP is working. I don't know if they're running scripts or whatever they're doing. All right, Governor, House. Let's go House. 207, 118. That's there, but Drudge is reporting something different. So Drudge is reporting this, which means they have the majority right there. Oh, he's all happy. Look at him. He's all happy. He did it. You did it. You did it. But that's probably good for $4 or $5 million to your personal account right there. Paul Ryan. Well, you did it. You did your job for the New World Order, and we, the deep state Luciferians, you did it, buddy. You did it. You ran 39 uncontested seats. That's the way to win, buddy. That's the way to win. What do we have here? Fails to take out Marsha Black. Taylor Swift fails to take out Marsha Blackwood. Yeah, that's right. She didn't. She didn't. No, she didn't. Okay, let's just go back here. Whatever. That's Breitbart. She didn't. She was trying to take out Marsha Blackburn. Marsha Blackburn killed it. Let's see here. Let's go back here. Hold on. Well, that's it, folks. I think I think that you haven't heard the end of the story. I can't imagine there wasn't some massive voter fraud, a bunch of illegal aliens voting in all these elections. I mean, I guess Nancy Pelosi was confident that the fraud would take hold and that she would win. That's the number here. Read it and weep, folks. 219, according to Drudge. I got that wrong. I don't think I got the Senate wrong, but I sure got the House wrong. I didn't think they'd win by that much. You're only missing 7 or 8 seats. If we could go back to the other reporting here, let me go to my thing. Let's see here. They're still saying it's now 207 to 190. That's up for grabs. That's up for grabs. She won. Who's this? Oh boy, that's close. Woo! Minnesota District 1, 0.11%. That is not locked in. John Molinar, 26-point margin, 83% in. Looks like he's going to win. He's already been, wait. That's this. What is this? Elisa Slotkin, 0.73. Woo! That's close. Who's this? This is Anthony. This is 0.61 with 100% in. That's a recount. Here's Maine. That's 0.32 with 66% in. How do they know this is done? I don't get it. I don't get it. Here is Arizona. I don't understand how they get all these. These are still contested, I guess. I don't know. Well, Drudge is reporting they got it. So AP is behind the curve a little bit, it looks to me. So that's the map, folks. I mean, that's the ball game, I believe. I think that's what happened. I think the Democrats, at least for now, have taken the House. That's the way it looks like it's going on. A lot of people are commenting about how the maybe they got some new information here. I don't know. Okay, House. They're stuck at 207 and 190. So you know what, folks? I think I'm gonna call it a night. I've been on for 5 hours. I appreciate any donations you give. Again, if you go here to where we got here, I've been on 5 hours. My God, it cost me money to do Nick. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Oh, come on, don't do that. All right, here we go. All right. So here's the website, usawatchdog.com. I didn't really put anything up. I don't know if I monetized this at all. I think I did. I don't know if I did or not. Here's the donations button right here. On your smartphone, it's right here on the donations button. Oh, let me move myself out of the way here. All right, okay. Here, let me move. Okay, on the smartphone, folks, here's your donation button right there. It shows up better on the smartphone. On the site, if you're on your laptop, desktop, donation button right here. If you open it up, it just goes to a static page. Oh, whoops! Let me do this. Hold on. If you open it up, I'm clicking on the screen I'm on. If you open it up, it just goes here, and there you scroll down, and then there's a donate button for PayPal, and there's a snail mail. We love snail mail. So anyway, that's the name of that routine. This is the election map right here with the House of Representatives. I think the Senate's going to end up with 4 or 5. I think Tester's got his work cut out for him. I think McSally, I hope, hangs on, but she's got her work cut out for her as well. This is, let me get rid of some of this stuff. This is Drudge. They're calling it. Drudge is calling it. The House officially has taken over. And so there you go. I'm just going to go ahead and back to my little right here live stream. I've never done this before, folks. I had to hire a consultant, Nick. I didn't know he was going to come on and help me out in the political realm because he knows a lot about that. He does all these projects. Nick Ruiz at Evolution Consulting. I could have done this without him. I couldn't have done this without my support staff, my business partner, also feeding me information, writing. One American News still is in line. This was a couple hours ago. I thought it was absolutely evil for NBC and Fox News to call the election with more than 2 hours time on the polls on the entire West Coast. This isn't like 4 or 5 counties in the panhandle of Florida that NBC did back in the 2000 election with Gore and Bush 43. This is the entire West Coast, and not just by an hour because they made a mistake, because the panhandle of Florida, about 5 or 6, 7 counties are in the central time zone. This is the entire West Coast by more than 2 hours. That's not the news, folks. That's not the news. That's so opposite of what the news is. That's the propaganda. That's what that is. That's the propaganda. And some of these races are so close with the polls. They're close. They're a few percent. I mean, McSally and Arizona and Tester. That's they were still in play too, incidentally. But the entire West Coast, and I think part of the Rocky Mountain. That's only the Rocky Mountain is 2 hours off. So the polls will still open in the Rocky Mountain areas too. The Rocky Mountain time zone. So that's I don't understand that. I'm old school. I try to source everything. I try not to when I give my analysis, I try to say this is my analysis based on this. But listen, folks, I really appreciate. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this here too. Here, hold on, let me get over here. I really appreciate you guys tuning in. We had, 3,000 watching right now. We've had thousands watching. We had tons of comments. I appreciate it. I, just want to close out by saying thank you. Thank you for supporting USAWatchdog.com. That's the site. We always have that site. Right now I live on YouTube. I mean, I have a free site. I may someday not have a free site. I hope I do. I want to tell you that when you go to USAWatchdog.com, the join button, just in case I get the Alex Jones treatment, who I like, Infowars.com, where they deplatformed him off of all this other stuff to try to silence him, but he still has Infowars.com, and I still have USAWatchdog.com. So if anything happens to me on YouTube, anything happens to me on Twitter or Facebook, which Facebook has really suppressed I got 13,000 people on Facebook. So, I was going to do a live Facebook, but why? So they did a good job of basically thumping me. So I will tell you that I appreciate you guys supporting me. I appreciate, in 2009, I started this channel. I lost my job at CNN in July of 2008. I started this in one of the longest years of my life in August of 2009. I worked for 5 years basically for free, and it worked. And I cashed out my 401k plan to take a flyer on this site, and it ended up working. And I went ahead and tried this live shot, and sometimes it was a little herky-jerky, and I was wrong and looking the wrong way. And I didn't know I was going to call people for guests. That's why I used my cell phone and hold it up to the thing. But, this is what I got. I mean, I tried to do the best I could with what I had. I thought I produced a pretty good election night coverage. I wouldn't have done what Fox News and NBC did and call a race. But anyway, listen, make sure that you hit that join button or Greg's favorite news or the join button. I don't sell your email address. I don't spam you. I do once in a while. I put out a special email. I was going to do it for this live shop, but I didn't do it. I chickened out. Once in a while, I have discount gold and silver trading. Woman is Melody Cedarstrom. Totally honest. I've been on the site for 3 years. I have not had one complaint about her. I don't make anything. She sells something. She doesn't give me anything. I don't make anything. She just buys advertising. But I told her if I start getting complaints, you're gone. I'll send your check back. You're gone. And so, but use that join button because it keeps me connected in case I ever get, the Alex Jones treatment, deplatformed, taken down off of YouTube or whatever, But you can always find me on usawatchdog.com. Also, check your spam box always. It seems like my emails have largely quit going to spam, but I had other people saying, your emails are all now not going in my spam box, but I gave money to conservative people, and who knows if they're conversing with X22 or Jim Sinclair, JS Mindset, or who else? Who else you might be a conservative, a Republican? He said, "Hey, listen, I gave to 3 Republicans, and all their emails thanking me for my small donation to the Republican Party. They all went in my spam box. So you got to check your spam box, and you got to check it for my stuff too. I still have people saying, "Hey, I check my email, and we went into spam," which is a way to suppress your thoughts and a way to suppress big tech, to suppress your communication and that kind of thing. So, listen, folks, thank you so much for supporting usawatchdog.com. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. I hope you got something out of this. I don't think you've heard the end of this election cycle. I don't think you've heard the end of it. I really don't. I'd leave the page. I'd leave that. And I'm going to sign off. Thank you very much. This is Greg Hunter reporting for usawatchdog.com. Thank you very much for supporting this YouTube channel and USA Watchdog. Most importantly, usawatchdog.com.